Yeah, baby. We're up on this thing. Just a hair over 24 hours later. Still holding pretty much where we slid a tiny amount there, a little more there, a little less there, almost nothing here, and almost nothing over here. Whoa. No, quite the most. We slid the most here, down from 30 psi. But that's fine. It very obviously, since this is one homogeneous piece from here to the other end and back, whatever these two, which one's these two, right? It's in the stack up of 3 fittings per end somewhere that we're losing a little air. So, I was reading one case online of somebody, because in my mind, whether you pressurize it or not, having all of that volume of air on that steel mesh, obviously the steel mesh holds it down in air, but with the extreme density of water and concrete mix, does it rise at all as a group? And it can't rise here, so that's a hot spot of it being held down. Some other areas, I guess the mesh isn't taped, but that's held down by the elbows to some extent here. Over there it is. I taped the corner of the mesh over there, so does that, I can't see. Because once you add the tape, you've got the surface area of the entire piece of tape versus the extreme tensile strength of the tape for it to rip the steel out of it to try and lift. So where is that PEX in here? Did it stay down as it looked like it was going into the wet mud coming over it? Or does it slowly rise against, this thing was tight enough to get out and walk on a board within the hour. So can it rise any meaningful amount? And is it high over here and far nearer to where it was all along right there? And, where is it? And I don't want to make an executive decision to some extent, which was what I did ask in the end, should we do the PEX, yes or no? There's all kinds of kind of friendly debate the whole project so far as to whether or not there was merit in that. And I thought to myself, really the biggest thing is that it'll never hurt anything unless it's overly expensive. And so I wanted to get right down to what the costs would be in terms of materials and time. And we ended up with Ed's son in for the week. And so we got him down here to take and, contribute all of his time and effort to the process of installing it. And, that was largely them, and very little of it was my time. And so, worth it. Then we set up a saw and we cut and we pop all the lines. And so I found one thread from 2015 where somebody went down a rabbit hole being talked into radiant floor and had been left in the lurch by Uponor, none other than the world leader in PEX A, the far more expensive version that can be kinked and then straightened out and has a more high-end finished treatment that you don't squeeze a band, but you stretch it and then it shrinks back down and fits. And if you do it the right way, you get a 30-year warranty out of their product. Had been real light in trying to help him out the whole time with his issue. And overall, all of his lines were leaking. But it wasn't like they hadn't floated up and been cut by the saw in the end. He ended up with, I don't even think the thread comes to an end in a solution, but he had like bubbling and fizzing water leakage and then further air leakage, and it had nothing to do with being saw cut. So we'll see. The man is here now. He's gotten started already. We'll get his gas saw in. We'll see what happens. Well, not a lot to report for the rest of this week. We got the workshop moved down here. Corbin spilled a little water there on the floor. We got the dust and everything vacuumed up. That's a super fine concrete dust. So we ended up with the vacuum going to a knockout pot, which is just a little something you can get from Home Depot, I want to say. You can get them online. The vacuum comes in the top, or the vacuum plugs into the top, and then from this outlet out to the wand, it is how you set it up. And the vacuum draws material into a cyclone, and whipping around the outside, centrifugal force pulls that down, and then ultimately the air comes out and goes into the vacuum machine. And so you end up with all kinds of fine dust stuck in the bottom of the pail, which I've already washed. We had 3 or 4 inches. I put like an inch or 2 of water in there, and we had 3 or 4 inches of concrete slush, paste, like peanut butter, that I had to actively rinse out real well, which was good because then it doesn't go into the vacuum and it doesn't get clogged up on the filter and ultimately pulled through the filter and into the bearings of the motor and roast your vacuum motor. So in cleaning up drywall messes and concrete messes, I'm always using that knockout because I haven't got a dust separator, which is a real high-end kind of a vacuum. Milwaukee makes one. If you want to send me one, that would be lovely. Go ahead and do so. But for right now, we just use the regular old vacuum with the cheapo knockout on it. Works just fine. We've still got pressure on all of our circuits. This one is suffering the most from, again, losing some pressure in the tightness of the fixture or the fittings. Our sump crock, I'm a little disappointed with this. This is basically subfloor. It's not usually treated like a finished floor, and the area where the sump is almost never a finished space in the basement. It's usually the utility room or something like that. However, if you kick the concrete over onto it, and then I have to pull the top back off, it can pull it out and shear it off. And so I really end up looking for, I kind of end up wanting more of a finished edge here. So we'll see what we can do with mortar. Whether or not it stays or whatever. We also may have to trim this lid a little. He's got like a notch in him, which registers, I think, over there, if I'm not mistaken, into that little spot there, and then it should kind of fit back. We'll need to dial that in a little bit. But like I said, I didn't end up having to cut it, which is real nice. The shower stub up, since we're not putting a shower in yet, may end up in the wall that divides off the bathroom for right now with a cap on it, or cap it, and I could put a riser box for the washing machine or the dryer here, depending on what we put here, and you just wouldn't know. It'd be handier to use the washer dryer, and you wouldn't know there's something there until it comes time to do something about it. The toilet worked out real nice, just ready and waiting to be handled there. It feels a little high right here. And that's the thing where you're squeezing here and you're trying to get things to sit down. When you can screed a big area, it's one thing. But what you get in here and it's kind of tight, it may be high right here, which is unfortunate because if it's not level side to side around the toilet, you end up having to shim it because it rocks around, which is too bad. But it's not real bad. We'll have to see if that ends up becoming a problem. But something you can't solve kind of easily. I tried pulling some stuff that we definitely will not need anymore. I'm hoping that that's the case. It's going to go home with me. Like the 8-foot ladder, it's not 8 feet from here to the surface of the joist anymore. Living nightmare to try and deal with a step ladder that can only fit if you're between 2 joists. So he's right out of here. I know we don't want him for anything. Would he be handy in the stairwell at some point? Maybe, and these are the things where like, you really think you're done. So I won't take him home with the car today. And he's just, he's on my mind as something that doesn't need to be here. There are some things that I will take home with the car. But overall, things worked out real nice. There's a little bit of concrete, built up on this wood. I can chip that off and clear it off, no problem. The lumber is in the order for the entire outside wall done in 2x4. This few interior walls done in 2x4. We've got some 2x12 coming for stringers for the stairs. 12s would have probably worked. To be safe, I could have got 14 footers without doing the entire stair design on the site right here. I like to do that in CAD quick. I have my overall elevation. I'll talk about that in a second. But I made them extra long because if I make a 2 or a 3 step here, we can come and go far more easily while we're using this opening.
I might have done it before, but the ladder worked just fine. And I got the carpet pulled in because I don't want to drive and stain and grind in dirt down here unnecessarily. That just end up with an area that's just got so much mud and stuff that it's a real pain to get it out of there. I'd like to freshen up the stone out here too as a best practice, and maybe it would be real nice if we could make a path. I wish I should have left. Ooh, there is just enough stone over there. So I'll get the skid steer here. We'll get a stone path here, so that it's real nice, to come and go without dragging a bunch of mud on a rainy day. The electric situation's got to get handled because I don't love the multi-tap just hanging there. But overall, we got everything that we need here. We're going to get the pod emptied out, I think, this weekend. They're going to get as much moved into the garage as they can. Ed found 2 free, pristine, beautiful toilets on the side of the road, 2 different styles, but you can make kind of a cheap toilet upgrade. You're going to probably want to put a toilet on this because it is where the trap is within the toilet. And so one way or another, you've got to plug this thing if it was going to be here unfinished as a bathroom, because you don't want sewer gas in the house. So may as well just set a toilet on it. In that case, the wall is there. I may as well just bring the cold water over just so that the toilet runs and can flush and can be used down here. Super simple to do. Getting all set up for a sink and all of that, may or may not, be... But, if I'm coming over with the water, it would be how I get to the sink. And so there'll be some provisions there for a sink. But we're not going to go hog wild. The stairs come from there, and they go to here, roughly. We got to watch our distance from the outside wall after it's the finished surface of an outside wall, not the raw. We got to make sure we have an ADA amount of distance there. And I got to squeeze and play around with the stairs to get that to happen. So that's coming up next. You also don't want to just put the tape measure from here to there and build a staircase based on that elevation as though it's perfectly level and the distance from here to there is the same. And that's a danger with steel stairs, because when you're prefabricating staircases, hardwood or steel, and you're bringing them in to fit, and you do a measurement like this to concrete, or really any kind of floor, but particularly concrete, you may come over here and it may need to be trimmed, and your first step gets shorter so that it doesn't cock all the stairs up when it lands on a higher area here by just 1/4 of an inch or 3/8 of an inch or 1/2 an inch, or some cases it could be as much as an inch. I've seen that on a stair that does a big turn on a landing and comes down way over to here, and it's like it's an inch of a difference between here and there on a giant concrete floor if you had hooligans do the project for you. So I don't think that's what happened here, but you'll see me set up a laser line, and you'll see me work out, the distance from roundabout over here to the laser line, and from there pull down to the laser line, and I'll add those distances together, and then I can be sure that if I build my stairs in a perfect CAD space, or even on paper, based on a perfect triangle, that the places that matter up here and over there are actually that actual distance in real life, and so the steps will all be level, and it'll fit like a glove. So that's if you don't follow that, you'll watch me do it again. Maybe I'll make it more accessible to you. But I could not believe, I've worked at a couple places that had me designing custom stairs. And the one, there were 5 or 6 that were going over, and the first one got built and taken over there, and it didn't fit, and they started breathing down my neck about it. And I said, listen, I didn't do the site measure for this, but I bet you somebody measured over here, not between here and there, using a laser, and they were scratching their head still. So I went and got my laser, and I did the type of site measure that you want to do for stairs, and I modified all of the stair models before I generated drawings for them to be built, and the rest of them went in like a dream. And then I still didn't make very good money at that place, and they didn't value me for what I bring to the table after I saved them thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in building 6 sets of stairs wrong, transporting them to the job site with a smile on your face and your name on the side of the truck, and trying to install them, looking like a complete moron, it being 100% your business's fault, taking them all the way back, and then modifying them to fit. And in some cases, it's unacceptable to take a little bit off or to stretch a step, because all the stairs need to be the same elevation, or the same rise for them to pass code. So you very well may need to throw away or seriously slice every step and add a little piece to the stringer and weld it and grind it all in to do something about steel stairs, or cut all of them out of the riser channel and then re-weld them all in a different sort of layout. And by then you may as well just set them aside and buy new material, because the time spent in doing that. Anyway, if it sounds like I have a bit of a chip on my shoulder after running into this problem, anyway, don't, fall prey to that. We'll get the stairs in here correctly. The lumber's headed down for first thing next week. We got the mason getting in his schedule, getting some time to put the windows in. I was concerned about bringing the wall out with the foam behind it, and the rough opening is all going to be the same here. But I think in the end, then I will zip flashing tape between the concrete over the edge of the styrofoam and onto the lumber all the way around, and it'll be a real nice opening for him to work with mortar in, and he won't have to worry about ripping off pieces of foam and getting in the mortar or anything. If he can do a tidy job, it'll expose. I'll have to ask. I probably don't want to go too far over on there because at some point here we got to get mortar onto it. But the foam will be right here. And if he really needs the trowel, when you have all this room, look at my arm, you have room to come in here and do whatever you got to do to point or do something with the mortar there. But now you've got foam and a 2x4 wall out here. He may be irritated by that, but I can't really wait for him a couple weeks before we start doing anything down here, because everything sort of starts with the framed wall, And so I did put it to him, and I haven't heard back yet. It's the weekend now, probably almost. But we got to find out if that's going to be a big deal. I could put all the floor plate is going to be treated because you're going against concrete. Put that all in correctly. Could put all the ceiling plate in correctly. Could put all the layout on it, and then we could just deliberately avoid the window areas and get the foam on the wall elsewhere. I mean, it really isn't. At that point, we probably call it quits, because then we'll get the windows in, and then I'll go to the trouble to put the foam up in the framing. I really don't want to have piecemeal. I know Ed keeps doing this to me too. Well, you get this far, and then pause, and then let something else happen, and then come back, and then pick it up and go again. It seems real simple, but the reality is, all the setup and all the waiting and all of the back and forth and the errors that are, the variables that you add, it isn't a great way to do it. So at some point we'll stop at a logical place and we'll let, the window install happen, and then we'll come back and do the rest of it. So I'll confirm with the mason that he can work around our finished interiors here. I don't know how thick the windows are. I can't believe that they're 8 inches thick. And these blocks are, and we ended up with a wall thicker than 8, because look at, we tip over in here. So this block was sent flush on the outside of the wall, and it tips over in there, that much or whatever, if you can see it, because it's a factory-made block, but a wall formed on site in real life, and it ends up a little bit wider than a block. And so, I don't know what it's going to look like. We're going to want it probably glass block flush to the outside, I believe, with the relief, if there is any, on the inside surface. But this is why I'm not putting them in myself. I'm sure you could do it both ways, but there's probably a better way to do it one way or another, whatever. So we'll let the mason do it, right? But we got all of our tools and equipment in here. We got the styrofoam moved down here. We're going to use the hot electric knife, to cut this down to length, because of course we're less than 8 feet. That's another thing. I bought pre-cut studs, which are for, they come 192 and 5/8 or something, 192 and a half. But that's so you can throw a plate down, put them in, have a top plate, and from top surface to bottom surface have a 96-inch tall wall, which is your 8-foot interior wall. So when you're building a new build, you get pre-cut, so you haven't got to take an 8-foot 2x4 and cut a little bit off every single one of them just to build a wall with a top and a bottom plate that turns out to be 8 feet, that takes 2 full sheets of drywall to finish it, and on we go to the next step. So I went and got pre-cuts as well, because we're actually even shorter by a little bit than that. And so I double check. Sometimes the pre-cut operation is a little bit more expensive than a full 8-foot long stick that doesn't have to get cut down, because it doesn't need that processing, even though you're getting less material, see? So I double checked that the pre-cut is cheaper right now, which it was. I did all these outside wall and inside wall studs in pre-cuts. I did 16-foot lengths for the plates, because that's a nice, if they're straight, or they can be forced straight. I don't want 18 pieces to make a plate down the side, of a wall, 2, 3 at the most on these long walls, maybe a little more than 3 there, but treated against the floor, white lumber on the ceiling. What else do we have to get? So, got to know everything that you're trying to build down here so that you get it right. We'll get it in here Monday morning and get back to work framing up. Once the wall is here, we can plumb and do electrical type stuff. Once the windows are in, we could put window wells on outside, get a bunch of material loaded, spread that crap that was left over out, get the stone in here as a nice little trail, build up that nicer material outside to a final grade, throw the pot will be gone because its contents will be in the garage. We'll throw some nice sticky, finely milled asphalt millings on the driveway. We'll plane everything out with the bucket, and we'll roll everything with the 5K roller outside. But again, we gotta get the sewer trenched. That's gotta happen, because we're done with the gas. So the water in the sewer's got to happen, and then we can do that much more wrapping outside, and then we're fully in here for the duration. So all kinds of stuff in front of us. Not a lot to report right now. This isn't worthy of the end of the video whatsoever. Let's get kicking on some interior wood construction next week, and maybe we'll do like the stairwell, something that makes sense, and then we'll cap a video there. All right, bear with me, guys. Well, bright and early Monday morning, aka about middle of the day, time I get over here with the miter saw and get the mason on the hook to ask him. See, I don't know anything about glass block windows too much, and they're 3.5 inches thick, and they'll be set to the outside flush. So, our layers of styrofoam, our edges of foam showing, our wood lumber, being completely planar to the rough opening, and having some of this zip tape go basically, split that foam and be half on the concrete and half on the lumber to seal it up will be no problem for him to deal with. He'll be working primarily outside. And so the question is how to start framing our walls. You can put the foam onto them with the nails and stuff. I still may try to do that. I borrowed my buddy's Milwaukee framer, which weighs probably twice what my pass load weighs. If you're wondering why I still have a pass load framer, you have to get gas for that, but it comes with the nails. And this thing is just so heavy. Holy shit, is it heavy. But allegedly, it'll shoot a nail better into this green concrete. We're getting away from being green here every day, though, too, so there's that. But we've had some problems. See, my pass load will get a 3-inch nail, maybe, what is that, 1 inch of the way? I don't think, was that a concrete nail? Because if that's a concrete nail, it definitely isn't 1 inch in there. That was trying to put the plywood up to hold back the mortar. Was all the more I could drive those in. So we're still trying to find out how to hold that foam. I will likely get the plate on the floor all the way around today, because here's what I'm thinking. If we were to get the plate on the floor and the ceiling and a couple, a 2x4 in there every so often, the foam can be slid in because it's flexible, it can be slid in there and it'll basically stand up. It'll be held up by the framing. And to some degree, we're not going to have a perfect tight stack up. It's not as though you're going to put the foam on the wall and then put the framing against it blindly. I don't suggest that without checking to see if you can make this place any more square or wherever you're working. So we'll have a bit of an air gap between, if you were to push the foam slightly or tightly to the wall, there'd be a bit of an air gap between it and the lumber. So like I say, we can use great stuff foam there after the fact. And if we hold the foam and just when that rises a little bit, it'll sort of push the foam back. That's my plan anyway. So we'll start with putting the plate on the floor. That also gets Ed off and running with filling in the studs. If we can get a plate or a top plate around, basically. This is where I'll begin because it's the longest straight section of wall other than that one. But of course over here, to start with, we've got some wall going, and we know that we slid it out and they're trying to put the face of the framing at the face of the plumbing, which is what I've kind of set up here. So we'll start with that, and we'll make that a nice straight shot, same distance from this wall on both ends. We'll see what the middle looks like. Maybe it bows away from us, maybe it bows toward us. We want to be careful about it. If it bows toward us, that we don't get too tight there to put everything in that we need to put in there. But if we get it one straight, smooth, flat plane established here, then we can literally measure from it over to that wall there, over to here again, over to there, and we could set those sections up completely in exactly the same distance from this and let the differences in square play out in the little air gappage behind here. And then we've got two sort of parallel sides to this thing, and then we can use 3, 4, 5 in combination with what, start with laying it out based off measuring off the wall, but then dial that line in based off other factors in the appropriate order here, so that you end up with a nice square space. So we'll do left side wall here, we'll get the right parallel going to it, we'll check 3, 4, 5 in both directions to do that through there. We'll probably get that end done next, and then it'll be a question of these areas in here, working off of what we got, when we get this section set to that one, perfectly parallel at one end and the other, and then you can wrap around the corner here, because you can extrapolate that straight line over to here on the floor, some distance. We'll see how straight his cut is too. Or how, I think his cut is
fully fakakta. These guys that know how to cut concrete really don't know about anything else, I think. So it doesn't matter. We're going to end up caulking those shut. And the most important thing is that our floor doesn't crack up and become real ugly. So anyway, I'll likely cut my own concrete next time, I think. And I'm just that way about stuff, you know? And then we'll get this area filled in here. That'll be good too, because it's toward the end. It'll be getting this foam out of our way. And then maybe the alcove over there too is another little special project. Easier actually to work in such a small space. And this is all because, like, I mean, look at this. There's all crap in here already. I want to get that stuff down before we get so much crap moved in here. I don't know, maybe like the garage already is full of stuff, if you can believe it. And the pod actually still isn't even half unloaded yet. I don't know if you can see that, but anyway, it isn't. So let's set up and watch us get this. I need Ed to show up because we need to get the laser translated into chalk, and then we can actually set our lumber. We got a sheet of plywood over the window here that you can't see out of. And we got the rest of it there. I got the 2x4s on the bottom, the 2x10s and 8s on the top for the stairway, and then some treated lumber. That's our floor plate there. It's got to be treated because you're on concrete, and concrete ostensibly holds moisture. However, we've got this beautiful moisture barrier underneath it, so none's coming up from beneath. Believe me, there's nothing from beneath. And you're going to have to run a dehumidifier here in here, at least one, if not two, down here all the time. But still want to have that treated plate on the floor as the best practice, so we'll get that done. Oh, we got to do that to pass building inspection also. So let's get that much done as well today. See how far we get here with floor plate. Once it's on, we can do a layout. I'll probably try to make lefty or righty there one of the layout studs in that wall, so we'll need one immediately to the right or the left because he's a little bit narrower than 16 inches, but one of them will end up being a layout stud probably, just to make things simple. Otherwise, you're going to have a layout stud directly on both sides of them, which would be stupid and redundant. So before you go pulling a layout, try to think that way also. And we'll put our kings in for windows. Yeah, we got all kinds of exciting stuff to do. But again, just like a deck or anything else you want to painting or getting this concrete in here, there's all the prep. We got to get the floor plates down and love them nice and square before we build up and off of them and get into busy work. We're going to use these 3/16, which is the smallest kind of size. They really just look like coated white construction screws. They're T25. You probably could use a construction screw in place of these. I've never really looked at what they get cost for cost because they're coated also. So, but that's what we'll put things down with after we drill it. Ed's here. Yay! All right, time to get to work.
Alrighty. Make sure you kick your $300 three-plane laser over when you're about to show somebody what you're doing here. So we've got that side commitment, this side of commitment. We came out, so what I did was I knew that if I went 5 inches off the face of this concrete in any given place, that 3.5 back, I have 1.5 inches left. And I know that I need 1.25 inches for styrofoam. However, having 1.5 inches at the bottom, when you make sure that this is plumb, if any given area of the concrete sits in at all, we're squeezing that down, which is why I didn't go to exactly 1.25 inches. I left myself 1.5 inches. So I have the ability for the wall to tip in 1/4 inch before it starts to get too tight to have the designated amount of foam behind the framing. So we start at 5 inches off the face of the concrete in a few places, and then I throw the laser through those marks, and I just see everywhere on the floor if anything's any tighter than that. Because right to start with, that's an issue at the floor. And then, after I get the one whole side behind us done, I do this whole side to that point. But then I start measuring to that side and key areas here. And I ended up wanting to, I don't ever want to push this any further from us. I don't want to squeeze that down anymore. So I started with where I was content with the distance and where it grew, and I pull everybody out to the same distance from the far wall. And so toward this end, we've gained even more to where we've got closer to 2 inches or even more than that. We're over here, we're getting up toward 3. But the more important thing is that this wall is perfectly parallel to that wall. I have room to accommodate the foam. The thing about this is that when we get down here, we're going to use the laser to plumb up, and these walls that we build are going to be perfectly plumb and perfectly square to one another. And then your life gets simpler and simpler and simpler. And you make up the difference between a concrete structure built to physically fit this old house perfect. Then we come in from there, the absolute minimum amount to make a perfectly square space, which makes all of our work after that very easy. And so that's how we make those adjustments here. In the event that you're building a new build, well, you want to make your concrete as perfect as possible so that later you don't have to do all of this. Later you want to be able to slap thicknesses on the wall, add framing to the wall, and it should continue to come out plumb as close as possible, because those forms were perfectly plumb and you did all that work before you poured tens of thousands of dollars of concrete into the form. But here we are with concrete that fits our old kind of twisted up house a little bit, which is the structure of could be dialed into perfectly square, probably still, but it's in the surfaces, the plywood and the boards and all of that are locking it up, that we can't make those changes. So long story short, we stick to building concrete that fits our old house in this case, and then we do this here. How do we make sure though that this end is at 90 degrees to these sides? We use 3-4-5. And so I want to go as big with the 3-4-5 as I can, because the larger I get, the more accuracy I've got. But this is my limiting factor if I'm trying to make a corner 3, and that's to say a 3x4 unit by 5 unit hypotenuse makes that a right angle. And so I can come out 3 feet by 4 feet and find a 5 feet side, and I have that much accuracy. But if I go to 6 feet and 8 feet, then my 10-foot side is still a multiple of 3-4-5, but that's even more accuracy because I'm sure of a longer stretch of these side pieces. Now, if I go to 8 feet there, or excuse me, I go to 9 feet by, what would that be, 12 and whatever, then I'm looking for whatever, I can't, because I run out and I have a notch here. So we doubled the recipe, basically went to 6 feet by 8 feet, and then I want to see that on the inside surface of my tape, because the measurements were done on the inside surface. The triangle we're talking about is the exposed concrete in here. So this is exactly 6 feet, excuse me. I want the inside corner of this tape at 0 to touch there. And if I go down to the mark that's on this inside face at 8 feet, and if 10 feet is on it, I know I've got perfect 90 degrees in that corner, and I'm good to there. Now, it pushes us off our mark to that extent. And so that becomes a new question of, now if this piece of lumber is perfectly straight already, well then we actually have to slide this whole situation down the floor to where once we follow that straight line to that corner, we still have room for foam behind it, because it's not going to be acceptable to bend this thing. But I don't know if that wood is straight. So the next thing I'm going to do is set up the laser in here also while I'm sure of the 3-4-5. And I'm going to see that the laser line kisses down the side of this stick, and it doesn't bend or bow, and where it puts us down there.
And then I can, once I see how tight we are to the wall, I can know that we've got to move X amount to get back to having 1.5 inches behind the lumber. And that X amount, I can actually translate it down here. And I could literally move this thing from flush with the end of this down X amount and reset everything up here, and then replot down to this corner and be sure that when I get here I'll have the 1.5 inches that I want behind the foam. And then I have got a 2x4 plate, completely 90 degrees if this is parallel to that, but actively checked for 90 down there, and a perfectly straight wall that ends up with the same amount of room, or excuse me, enough room behind it at the bare minimum on the tight end that the foam that we need behind it can get behind it. And that'll just be a concession then. So then we'll be at what looks to be like, geez, if we're going to be a knife point down there, we need 1.5 inches. We're going to need 1.5 inches, between 1.5 inches and 2 inches more. So we're going to have 1.5 inches to 2 inches more here. We're going to end up with almost 4 or 5 inches behind us in that corner due to trying to square this space up. And so then you want to check and see that you're not screwing yourself in some other way, because that means each of these window openings is going to have a different, jamb. The width of the jamb on this side will be slightly different than the width of the jamb on this side, and this piece of the sill, or the finished lumber that you use for a sill here, will be a trapezoid or a rhombus, or the piece of drywall that you put in there, if you finish them that way, will be like that. So yada yada yada, where it makes a difference in what ends up happening here. I think this is going to be for the best if we keep it straight and square, though. I really don't ever see the merit in starting to build to wacky shit, because it's just wacky shit forever. So let's see how this shakes out. All right, it turned out to be the wood, so you notice I got that right out of there to begin with, because I realized where I was looking to be a factor of 5 here was dead nuts right on the chalk line. And so I could be sure that the chalk line is straight, because that was based on the laser line, and that and this were all working out 3, 4, 5. And so the extrapolation, the discrepancy we were looking at was in the wood. And so I quickly realized that, yes, we'd done that the right way, basically, which is to establish the straight line that keeps us far enough away from the wall for foam, and that is at 90 degrees. That was the last check. Because to start with, so this wall, I don't know why the angle, so this wall comes out to there, and that wall comes out to there. And so these 2 points are the ones where we've got 1.5 inches behind the lumber. But it opens that direction and it opens in that direction, and I figured that out with the laser and the chalk line here. And so that line was straight and equally off the concrete on both ends, but is that 3, 4, 5 square. And happily, it was freaking dead nuts. So that would have been the next thing there. If I came to do that check and it wasn't, I should basically go to 3, 4, 5, and put that point out here in space, and then pull a new straight line with the laser first and then the chalk line through that new point in space over to there, and then we would have seen how whacked out we were in the event that we were whacked out. But happily, for whatever strange reason, finding first the first straight plane that existed with enough room behind it for foam ended up at exactly 90 down there, and it should be exactly 90 here. I won't bother with 3, 4, 5 here because I haven't got the room to do it, and by now I can basically bank on the fact that it's real good as well, but I can always throw a carpenter's square in there just to see if right away we have any problems, which of course we don't have.
That might be considered one in fine woodworking, but that's not a problem in this at this juncture, right? Put this guy back where he goes. Okay, then I guess we'll do this one. Sorry for all the spinning around, guys. We'll do this. We'll pull a measurement from there to the plumbing, which I know is where we stop. I'll make that piece cut to length because I know that's something I can commit to right to start with. And then we'll do a 3, 4, 5 here. Maybe I'll do 3 on there. So we'll go to see if we can go to 9 feet there. Then 4 times 3 is 12 to there. We'll measure down to 12, and then we're looking at we're looking for a 15-foot hypotenuse to be sure that we're at 90. And then we'll be looking really good for today. Then I got to get out of here. I got a short day. I'll pick this up again tomorrow, I think. But let's see how far we get. Here's a little something you want to remember to weigh. But I went for 16-foot pressure treated 2x4 so that we didn't have an overly large amount of pieces. And so we've used those as much as we can. But we're down to, all of these will be less than 16 feet long, although that back wall may work out anyway. Here's something you want to watch. The longer the stick, the less likely it is that it's going to be ultra straight. But I think you can see, I don't know about parallax, but I don't know if you can see, where do we need something here that's more accurate? That end at the far end, in the last foot or so, it makes a hard right. See it down there? See if we see that syndrome. And so I'm not going to make the piece that I need. Where are we here, buddy? I'm not going to make the piece that I need for here by pulling my measurement from that end. I'm going to pull it from this end. And so, long story short, basic woodworking and construction 101, you should be watching your wood. Always be watching your wood. This guy is just fine to use as a block or a drop on something else, but the rest of the way looks good there after we get rid of this. So just be thinking about that stuff too, you know what I mean? All right, so I went to 12 feet from the inside face of that piece of lumber, thinking we started here with this ends at 1.5 inches. So if I'm flush with this piece here, which I've moved this since, anyway, I started with this flush to there, so I knew I had that 1.5 inches back here, and then I went from here down to 12 feet, which is a multiple of 4. And I went to 9 feet from the face of that, which is a multiple of 3. So I got my 3, 4, and the hypotenuse needs to be 5. So at this time, that's the mark there at, sorry, I keep forgetting here, 9 feet. This is our 3 side. I'm on the inside face of this, and it's not anything other than, I'm looking for the line of the surface of this side of the tape to intersect. Bam. It's perfect, although the camera lens, man, it looks completely wrong on camera. I want to make sure and illustrate this correctly. That's what you want. Where? No, right there. That's it. See, the side of the tape comes right over, skips off the end, and crashes into the side of the lumber, right where my mark is, at a perfect sharp point, for as good as it can be, right? So if we're there, and that is, in fact, the right distance from a piece that we've committed to. That is the multiple of 3 that we are from a piece that we've screwed to the floor. And then I came over here, and I'll try to get the camera right again, but right on the surface of this, I put a mark, again, from a piece that we haven't committed to. This is the multiple of 4 at 12 feet right there. And then this is what it actually looks like in real life. That's right where 15 feet, the multiple of 5 for the hypotenuse, is touching it. We've committed to this. We know that's got to be the case there. And so the only thing that we can, so the problem is then when we come down here, I had to push this over closer to the wall until this 15 feet could come in and land on that mark because it was over here before. I had to push this piece over. So now you can see we don't have the 1.5 inches. We only have 1 inch. for foam. Which means if I need 1.5 inches there, if in a perfect world this would remain completely locked into everything else and it would slide to where there's 1.5 inches here, it would keep the same angle, yada yada. Yes. In fact, that's been disturbed down there because I slid it shut. This should actually be, in a perfect world, it would still be over here, there. And we've just tipped that over. Right. So, now this whole thing needs to slide forward equally 1.5 inches. 1.5 inches, or excuse me, it doesn't need to move 1.5 inches. We need to move 1/2 inch here because we've got about 1 inch there. Gotta gain 1/2. So, I think because this is square now, as it sits here, so we need to move 1/2 inch here, and I'll do this with actually measuring, but to get real close, if we go 1/2 inch there, then I come back down here, and I go to 1.5 inches here, which is what we need, just roughly right there, that's 1.5 inches. Actually, really, this is the extrapolation, so see, we're shy of 1.5 inches right away again there, because I was measuring over here. So, and actually this stands out a little bit from the wall. See that seam? So there's a lot of things going on here. Let's get to 1.5 inches right here. We're a skosh over. So if we go to 1.5 inches right there, and we add our 1/2 inch that we needed to move the whole thing here to try and do it all as one. Get that squidged off the end. Squidgy, that's a technical term. We've got our 1/2 there. Then we've got to add a 1/2 to our measurement, or more easily, sorry if this is way too complicated to follow for some of you, but get a couple tapes going here. But in theory, we should be able to move this mark on the lumber, or on the floor right there, over to the right 1/2 inch, just to be sure. Let's go down there, because we need another nice round 12 feet, or multiple of 4, is to be happening right here. It should look like our old mark is on, is a 1/2 inch shy, which it does. Look, our new mark is right at 12 right there, which means that we could take this thing over to that new mark, right there. We'll let some more tape out so it can sit on there. And I'm looking straight down from above, so we moved over to the right and looking straight down from above. Trust me, I can't get it to look perfect, but that's what we're looking for there. We're at 15 right at that apex. And then we come down here. I should be able to swing back over and touch that mark with the inside edge of our tape there. Like that. Seems silly to worry this much, but trust me. Everything else you do, you plan on the walls being square, like putting shelves in a corner or a cupboard in the corner of the bathroom and everything else. And if you don't do this part now, you kick yourself later on. And so down here we got our 1/2 still, yes. Do we have 1.5 inches here at the end of this piece of lumber? Yes. Yada yada. Are we at 5 on our new mark there? Yes. So now we know that, yeah, we're still at 9 feet from the face of that piece we committed. We're a new measurement of 12 feet exactly from the face we hadn't commit to down to here. We got 15 from that mark to there to there. We got 1.5 inches minimum here, and I think must be, 2 inches or more here, even more than 2. But that's so that we have a nice right-hand corner here, which is then we should also check now. Last thing I'll do is I'll pull tape from the face of this, from here to that 2x4 down there, and from here to the 2x4 straight down to the middle of the room also, as much of a pain in the ass as it is. And that should be well inside 1/4 inch, if not more like 1/8, or perfectly the same. All before I screw that down, just so that I'm sure to go all the way around with squareness here, because that's everything. And look at how deeply our 3-inch line is in the wall. And I was actually thinking I forget about how much foam we're adding. And then this is the point where we wanted to move we moved our toilet over with a 45, because you get to the center line of that toilet, and it needs to be, with my tape that won't stay locked out, 15 inches from the finished face of the wall, which is believe me, and the parallax messes it up, but that's where we want to be with that also, which is good. Good. Battery saver, no thanks. All right, back to work. All right, I just want to take a second now. Today, I haven't gotten started here yet, but I'm practically through the floor plate. We don't exactly know yet. Now, this is a secondary feature here, what exactly we do with these walls, what the door opening is going to be, and whatever wall or portal or whatever is over here. Again, secondary feature, so not part of this discussion. But I didn't finish up down that wall over here and out and around. I haven't got that piece in. I haven't done the alcove, but I'm itching to throw, Ed loaded in my top plate, which you'll notice isn't treated, as we've discussed in here. The rest of this won't be. I realized that that's not treated, and that's not treated. I was down here on, I think it must have been a weekend or something, when I realized it and had the opportunity to do something about it. But I just continued living my life because I had consumed the white lumber to start with already, and I hadn't glued it yet, but in the end of the day, the treated lumber is used because ostensibly the concrete's going to hold moisture and hold it up against that, as well as the bottom edge of the drywall when you think about it, as well as the white lumber of any trim that you use. But they want to see this in here for building code purposes, and so that's what I went ahead and ordered when my brain was in building wall mode. And this is a good example of when my brain wasn't in building wall mode, it's very difficult for my brain to get every single, I have no problem getting the meat and the potatoes figured out, because obviously here we are. I like to think this is well thought out procedure and whatever we did here. But it's those little details where even Chazzy makes a mistake here, and we'll probably have to acknowledge in a notes section that there's a couple sections of wall plate here that aren't treated. Why doesn't it bother me? Well, we've got a massive moisture barrier to start with. Remember, folks? We're not going to get any moisture out of anything, even the foundation drain to the sump, all that has been completely isolated here, and we're going to use a nice fat zip flashing tape right on top of that creek claw, which I don't know if the creek claw is all that much better than zip tape. You remember from watching every single one of my videos, which I know all of my fans have absolutely done, that I am the biggest Zipular System fan. I don't think I have a roll of that, or maybe I do. That's the stuff at Lowe's that if you can get one roll off of the rest of the rolls and walk away with it, you're already, you've won half the battle. It's a Zipular System. So it should say right on it, roll the tape. Anyway, the edges of the roll are so goddamn sticky that when they're stacked together, you can't get the one off of the other. It's unbelievably sticky. So I think I'll end up just using zip tape there, and I might very well, because this was $180 worth of tape to go around here. It might be a similar price-wise. But I just like the zip tape better, I think, than this stuff. Anyway, we're going to add that to it. So anyway, we've isolated the fucking moisture out of it. And so I'm not all that concerned about it, because you're going to want dehumidifiers down here anyway. You just have to have that under any circumstances. So between the two things, you know, if they really had a problem with this here, I could cut that out and that out. Again, this guy's screwed in, and these edges will walk over enough for me to pop him off, and put treated in there. So the wall plate to this piece of wall is also treated. It simply wouldn't be treated around these penetrations, and to the same sort of logic that it isn't here. And, you know, I can't do anything about that other than tell you it's part of the infrastructure that was constructed, obviously for the radiant system and not necessarily floor plate, though it holds that position, because of course we're going to put armor all the way down both sides of it to keep attaching any wall covering to there, because the last thing somebody ever wants to do is use a 2-inch brad or a 2 3/4 inch long brad. I don't know where you probably never get to those, but as a best practice, I'm not going to let anybody poke any holes in the bottom edge of that anyway. So it almost isn't even a sole plate. I don't want to hear it. What's the point of this little video segment that's already 25 minutes long? I really don't want to do that floor plate over there in the alcove. I want to jump right into putting the upper plate on the ceiling. Number one, because I want to keep this project moving, and that's a typical kind of fallacy or mistake, and that's the point of the video. You really just want to do each step completely as best you can before moving on to the next step. Otherwise, every single loose end that you leave, you don't realize so many of them, and you start loading tools out, or you have to keep everything here because you remember, oh, I can't get rid of this because I've got that one niggling thing. I can't get rid of this off the site because I got that one last little thing. If you just do everything 100% as you go about it, you can start to, when you pick something up, to think about whether you can get get it off the site, your brain won't run into any reason to keep it. Now, that's a problem right there, because maybe there actually is one, but if there really wasn't one, then that stuff can slowly leave the job site. But also, it's a best practice. It makes you look professional. Unless you have a crew of people, because one person is involved in a different task all over. If just your work, just considering one person's work, if I walk into a situation where you've got a million steps pulled apart and you're in the middle of all of them, I know that project's going to be rife with errors, because so many things are predicated on others. So much of this is built on other stuff. I'm, what do you call it? It's a thing of when you do exactly what I'm being hypocritical. Because the plumbing wasn't finished, and then I have to come back and frame the wall to finish that plumbing, because finished framing and structural carries systems. So framing and structural should be complete before you putter around with any systems. This is, an exception, because we couldn't get in here after the floor, and we can't build a wall until the floor, and so you get to a point where the stuff is just hanging. I know it's upside down. Don't watch the whole series. Don't come in here. Don't come into my video series and start asking me questions about stuff I've talked about, or telling me things I've said 10 times over I'm going to get to, or whatever, right? Okay, but anyway, the point is that's just hanging out. Don't judge me. Now, you got to finish your structural before you can do systems. And we got to finish our floor, because that's set up with the hammer drill and those concrete anchors. Let's get all the floor plate down, Chazzy, and then we'll put all the ceiling plate up. And then tomorrow, like we told Ed, he can fill in studs all around. We'll do one window opening as an example of how to do all the window openings and stop being so itchy. Another reason would be, this is in the way, but I can move this by hand. And so I've basically just taken them a second to do, a little bit of self-care therapy, and talk myself into the reasons why you would tell anybody, Chaz, that you would not just skip this for now and keep going out here with the big stuff. You get down on your hands and knees and do the rest of this whole thing with a dozen anchors screwed into the floor, and when you're finished and know where this needs to be cut out, you cut him out of there, and then the alcove has got a floor plate, okay? I do want to get far enough ahead of Ed so he and maybe a friend, can get down here and fill in the stud layout, because that's more busy work that he can do. But if I'm doing anything, I am telling him how to go about this project, which is in the proper order and to finish steps before doing future steps. So we're going to stick to that sort of method. I highly suggest that everyone work that way. If it feels like your brain doesn't work like that, I totally understand. I have been disciplined about, and here I am doing it now, making sure that I always do it, because I cannot tell you, I really do it almost all the time. I only struggle a little bit here and there, and I can't tell you the benefits. There's an unbelievable amount of benefits and efficiency in terms of time. There just isn't the time, and you certainly can't charge to play all around at everything and to set up and reset up and disassemble and reset up tools that should have been just left out until you were done with them and put away the 1 or 2 times. There's collateral stuff there. And the mistakes, the errors, when you're not working to known things that you've made commitments to, and instead everything's a variable that could change. There's no hierarchy, there's no procedure, there's no priority, and it's like building without a foundation. It's like building a house without committing to the place on the property that you're going to build it, and bending over backward to do the engineering project that would be building a house on a site that you weren't necessarily going to commit to that foundation location yet. You were going to build it in the air or something and then wheel it over when you could stand in the second floor bedroom window, and you hire somebody to manipulate this completed house, as a hypothetical, until your view out the window was perfect, and then you'd hold it there and build your foundation underneath it. I mean, that's the type of mental gymnastics that doing a project however you damn well please, and going about every step as it appeals to you, and not charging or accounting for your time so you can go back and change things as much as you want. We have all seen projects like that, either driving by them on the road or on the internet, and none of that is usually ever in a good light. It always just runs out of steam, and it turns into it's something that has basically zero value to anyone else. The middle of a project that makes no sense. The most you can do is keep things organized and sensical throughout an entire project. Because then at the end of the day, if you catch a bullet or catch a bus or you drop over dead at the end of it or whatever, it's something that somebody else can pick up and do something with, and you haven't just made a complete and utter pig mess that everyone will remember you by. These are the things that keep Chazzy up at night. All right, let's get back to putting that plate down on the floor, okay? If I catch a single one of you people working on your project any other way than the way that I say to work on your project, I will find you and I will continue to insist that you've got the wrong idea. I promise. Just kidding. I really don't care what you do at your house. Just don't come to mine and shit it all up. All right, let's get back to work.
Well, to be as concise as possible, if you know what you need for a minimum distance to be from the wall to the face of this lumber, because you've got to fit things behind it, or even if you're just dealing with a 3.5-inch wall and you want to make sure there's room for it when you snap a line everywhere, well, we've got to throw a laser down and get to that dimension at both ends of it, check and see if it's that dimension in the middle. Maybe it's humped out and the dimension is smaller, maybe it's cupped and the dimension is greater, and you got to check all the way down, and at the other end we had both of these short walls kind of kicked in a tiny amount, so any number of things you can look for there. Over the scheme of things, that needs to be one continuous plane. If I chose to just do this check on the one side and the other, that would be a major issue as well. So, right to start with, we'll go as far as we can go. We'll do that much to check and see that we've got what we need, or we'll slide this whole thing away until the tight area that we find on the ground, at least. Now, this is all 3D again, but working 2D, we got to go so that the tight area on the ground has the dimension that we need for clearance, and then we know that the whole thing at least does, obviously, because it gets, it's open beyond that. Now, the distance that I decided is even greater than what I know that I need by some bit, because then you add the third dimension when we come up from that, and if we're trying to be plumb, and the wall can't sit back either because it's hitting the concrete or it's hitting the foam, depending on your situation, then that's a fail, and that's why I left an extra 1/2 inch in this dimension of space, so I should be able to overdrive it beyond flush, or beyond plumb, in and away from me, outboard of the house or whatever, if I so choose. I don't want to just get there and in some places have to squeeze that foam. That isn't professional in my opinion. So these are the things I'm thinking about while I'm doing the laser work. Then when I'm content with the laser setup, I put a mark right at the laser line and I get the laser out of here. Then you're going to need somebody to hold the dumb end of your chalk line, but then you can snap a chalk line between your marks, and then the body of the laser isn't getting bumped, and obviously it's right in the way, but you can get him out of here because he's expensive. And you want a plain laser because it'll do this for you. And if you just get a cross points plumb or whatever, laser level and stuff, it's far cheaper, but you don't get a 360-degree plane, certainly not the vertical plane, yada, yada. So you get him out of there, get your chalk line in there where he was, and then you can apply some checks to this as to whether or not it is indeed square from that, and square, well, you haven't got a piece over there, so it's just going to be a question of whether it's square from here. But then when you get that 3, 4, 5 triangle situation, you could still check the distance from this face of it down to the far wall, and from there down to here if you can get through here. See, this is the physicality of some of these situations. So I might trust myself here, since I've done all of that, based on other factors. I've just got to get around the wall and over to this. It can be a little bit, I may only anchor it. I may put the chalk line down, make sure that it's square to this side, and put the lumber down and anchor it 1, 2, or something to the middle here, and leave the rest of it over here so it could be deflected potentially. Or maybe I'll just anchor the 1. That would be a better solution. We don't want to curve it. We want to pivot it. So I'll just maybe pin it with the 1 and do something over here, like throw something heavy on it, and then get so far as laser and chalk line of the other one and check those 2 for square. And if that's still looking real nice and happy joy, and the distance from the face of this down to there and the face of this one theoretically to there are the same dimension, then that's parallel to that. I can get square to here, and if it's on the original square that I did here, then I can commit all the way around the corner. So you may or may not make commitments as you go, and that's because in this case I can't get around all of this stuff to check other things, where over here I could get around a lot of that stuff. So there's a lot of things at play, but it goes fairly quickly if you're working methodically through the same procedure, and every one that you put down you don't have to come back and go, oh, I want to change it. A lot of crews I've worked for in different things, they're putting green plate on the floor and screwing it in and then moving it, and then these have all kinds of different holes and new holes and other holes, and then screws that won't come back out because the hole is stripped, and we don't have any of that going on here because we're just being methodical and we're doing one step and then the next. And watch me shoot myself in the foot. But really, once I can screw something down, I'm not coming back, and it's because I've worked in the right order. So this is my order. Compounding error, look it up. Compounded error. We're spreading this out too. I figured the first wall, and I immediately jumped across and got this one parallel, because then when I put this one in, I could check it for square to this, and I could check it for square to that. And if there's a discrepancy, I can split that discrepancy, like literally, and get from one end to the other with half the error on both sides of it. Rather than, you don't want to start and go all the way around, making this square to that, square to this, square to that, square to this, square to that, square to this, square to that, square to all around in there, square, 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 and come back, and this is nowhere near square. Well, it's because you chased a small amount of error and compounded it the whole way, rather than going boom, boom, parallel throughout their entire length. To get that in, he's 90 and 90 was quite good. That's a good check, and if it's not perfect, well, you could figure out how it ought to be able to get perfect. And then when we work off of that to do the alcove, it will be entirely off of the alcove geometry and then coming back out and around, and making that space square, because we know that's the least square place, because we got that major concrete area up front. But we get all done around here. Don't feel like you can't leave some flexibility too, see, because I can't check the dimension from here down to there, and here down through all that crap to the far side once I lock this guy up. So once I'm happy with the laser line and the chalk and I screw him in once, I'll leave him to manipulate until those two are kind of commitments, and I'll commit to everybody together this last little ways to make sure everything comes together. And the story growing up was my dad used a 2-foot level, all the longer level that they had, to go all the way around the farm, the barn, for a concrete formwork, I want to say, for the manger or something. And he chased his error all the way around with that 2-foot level and came back to the beginning, and it was inches off. And I think at that point they bought a 4-foot level or made some kind of major upgrade, which was the story told when I bought my first 8-foot level after working for years with just the 4-foot. When you get into a big project, the laser, the transit laser, the plane laser, and a far longer level, and even then you get into plate leveling and whatever else too. But for now, the point is, don't compound your error, hop around and make checks. This guy, when he went in, he's parallel to that and there, so I double checked his measurements at both ends of him to the wall, and you want to be at 90 with those, and don't it changes, it becomes a hypotenuse. You need to be, I didn't get a square onto it, but I carefully slid across it the best I could to 90. And so if you're seeing errors like that too, things aren't adding up, well, that tape measure doesn't go necessarily across the space square unless you check for that, or relative to something else that you need to be square to, you can make that check too. In CAD, when you pull a dimension off, well, it's normal to that surface. But in real life, you can add an inch if you pull that tape at too much of an angle. You can certainly add 1/4 of an inch, at least. So if things aren't adding up, check that. But you want to be all done here. This is another investment. Once this is down, and we love this, it's just projected up. And once that's up, we fill in. And, and if we don't hit a problem with being able to plumb, because our original dimension wasn't a perfect one, but we had a 1/2 inch of room to be able to plumb and overdrive into the wall if we need to, well, then all the work can go smooth from one end to the other. And then we can get right back into finishing the plumbing routes in this framing. But these are the steps that we can't monkey around with, goof around, because again, they're fundamental steps. We're at the top level with the concrete the other day, and we're right back down to the basis of everything to come next. The plate on the floor, get it right. Here's a little something that I'm going to think about as well. I started by trying to put the layout for the studs on this wall. To start with, this is the first wall I put the plate down, so I went to the face of the adjacent wall, and I just tried to see where the red tags on the 16-inch on center layout put these two studs. Well, it put a layout stud just to the left of this one and just to the right of that one, which is stupid, which I think I said before here. So my first thought was I'll scoot it over. I'll start the first layout stud right here, and we'll just end up with a stud right here, so that the drywall has something to attach to, same as we'll have a stud on both sides of an inside corner so that the drywall has something to attach to, or whatever you choose to cover the wall. So I slid it that much, which made this stud a layout stud to the right of that tag. This is superfluous or whatever, and then the next layout stud is here. The problem is the next layout stud is to the right of this red tag, which is top dead center on the entire floor to ceiling run of this drain line, which means if we're not careful, at least putting drywall up, I can avoid that. It's a special case, don't run any drywall screws into this on the layout. But anybody else forevermore finds the stud layout in this wall and is trying to do something here and thinks this is a stud and runs any type of fastener into this, it won't probably feel much different than running it into a wood stud, but
you can have trouble with that over time. It can leach drain water out and make a little wet spot on the wall, and then the little fastener that you put in there rusts because the pH of the poo-poo and the pee-pee is a lot more aggressive than just regular water, and then you have a problem there that you end up having to open up and you go, oh geez, somebody pinned the sewer line, and so they dig the fastener out and clean that whole area out, and then use a little epoxy plumber repair or something on the plastic pipe, and then put the wall back together again and do a drywall repair. I'm going to try and save them that right now by moving the layout off of that. So instead we'll put this one on a stud layout, which I could go up down there. It's 6.5 dozen. Do I have the room here to do it? Yeah, so if I were to go to, want to be on the right hand side, because I'm at the right hand side of the nib on the tape, which means my first stud based on this layout has to be on our side of the end of the tape. So that's the right hand side of the end of the tape, so that's the right hand side down here of the mark. So if I go to there, then the layout stud's here and the next one's there, and this isn't even on a wall layout, making this the layout stud and this one the superfluous one and the layout stud there. First layout stud is to the right of this tag here, and so we still put one here at the beginning of the wall. Yes, there's some old marks there in Sharpie. Before I even square them off with a square so there's a full line and put a big X, I wanted to see anything else here that might be an issue. This is my current layout now. So then I'll put a mark on every layout mark, roll up the tape, put a square and a big X on everybody on the right hand side, and then what we're going to have Ed do is go up a ladder with, between 2 or 3 on 2 or 3 places is all the more you're going to do from a ladder position. Then you move the ladder position. So set up a ladder, go up, hang the tape down and touch the X, plumb it up as best as you can from the ladder, it's good enough, and then look through the lines on the tape right across the bottom surface of the lumber when your face is up there, and note the measurement and write the measurement on that plate right in front of you while you're there. So move the ladder all the way down, drop in the tape, measure all the way down, and so theoretically you've got the overall length of everybody in here, and then you can, at any time or anyone, you get dragged away or come back, you can come back, you can read the next one that you need, go make that piece, you can yell that to somebody running the saw, you can do whatever, but then you make a few, don't make more than 1 or 2, unless you're really in a groove and you've been doing this, but don't start with this. Get 1 or 2 made, come over, install. Put it on the X and toenail 2 screws like this. See how we didn't pull those in? We go into the bugle starts. Don't bury screws. Even that's a little low. That's a little low. LOW, too low. That's the most I want to see a screw pulled in from anybody working for me. And when you toe, you leave that bugle boy, you leave him out like this. That's all the more toe that you need. In fact, a little less wouldn't be a big deal. So, what you do is, you get all your measures, you come back, you make a couple, you cut them to length, you sit them on that X, you line them up to that square line, and you toe them from the right-hand side if you're right-handed, or the left-hand side if you're left-handed, and you do it all the same way until you find periodically too tight of a space, or you've got to do something differently. All of the ones that are ordinary should all be from the same side, and it should be from your dominant hand side. So everybody I can get to here will be right hand, right hand, right hand, right hand, right hand, and they don't have to be plumb. They're screwed on that layout where they belong. They were cut to fit that area close enough. They should be scrubbing a little bit. They shouldn't be lolling around. You want them to be snug. So you work out, that's why I say don't cut too many. Cut a couple and start to see if I'm going to mark it with the pencil that I'm using or the marker that I'm using to the square that I'm using and yada yada. If you do it always the same way, maybe you're cutting the line off, maybe you're leaving the line on. That small little bit that you're going to use, that's why you don't make way too many in front of you, but work out a system to where they're always sitting in a little bit snug. You don't want to have to beat them in and explode the end and bow the plate all up. Here it'll bow too much before you come back and block it, which is what we're going to end up doing, and I'm getting ahead of the game here. But even here you can smash it, and you can even bow between a 16-inch layout a little bit, and then you've got a top plate that's doing that looks ridiculous. So you want to get just that honeymoon fit, that snug fit, but just leave everybody like that while they're all anchored to the bottom. Then come back and use the laser level if you're by yourself, or throw a real level on it and plumb it up.
Once it's plumb, make a mark that aligns to it on the plate. And you can go along and do that with a few of them. Make a mark that aligns to them with the plate. If you don't do the whole thing like that, then put the level down safely before it doesn't get knocked down, or pack up the laser, and then you can come back on a ladder and put that top back exactly on your line and screw him in with a pair of toenail screws, again, on the dominant side. Zip, 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 zip on the right-hand side if you're right-handed. But to put them all on with just the screw gun and some screws in your pocket. Think. Don't try to have a screw gun and screws and the laser and the plumb bob and a ladder and reaching farther and coming and going to the saw and all that stuff all dragged out too. Be methodical. Think about your layout, commit to your layout, get all of your measurements and write them all down. Make a few pieces at a time until you get into a groove. Snug them up and put them on the layout on the floor, and then come back and button up the tops, and then you're done there and you go on to the next thing. All right, well, that got me held up there with the tape to get the length I needed to get the top plate in the rest of the way, and we got the laser, so he's lined up. Ordinarily, you want to split something like this right on a joist and get both ends of it screwed in, but we're not doing anything structural here. We're just describing the face of this framing is going to carry our drywall in the plane of our wall, so that's not a big deal. If I don't like it later, I can put a little what would be called a scab block on that and screw it into both pieces and draw it into flush, and that's good enough. Get down here, I got the first stud in. Now Ed and I's conversation uncovered that I had been thinking about sliding this foam in behind each couple sticks installed and just slide them around the corner. The problem is it would have to be essentially its overall length from the inside face of that to the inside face of this here, and that's too short. We want to go up in there and we want to go down in there. So that means our sheets are going to come in like this and go zoop and sit back and swing in above and below, and that dimension is the dimension of the surface of the concrete to the bottom surface of the framing, which is about 93 inches. I checked that in a few places. So we got our hot knife, fresh from Amazon. I got the air-cooled version. Now, if I had any help whatsoever in my life with my business or my YouTube channel, whatnot, I could put the affiliate link in the description. Maybe I'll do that. And I could make, I think this month I made $19.50 on my YouTube channel. So thanks a lot to everybody for watching. But the people who hound out affiliate links and all of that, I think, unless it's a massive channel making boku bucks, and I don't even know if I like this thing. So let's see. If it ends up in the description, it'll only ever be if I like it. But it's an air-cooled hot knife. It's there's a couple different brands of what looks to be the same copied tooling in China. Certificate of product name. I don't know. It's got some features here. It still doesn't have whatever quote-unquote name brand. I like the air-cooled thing because it can run like pretty consistently. It ended up corded for that reason. The battery one is cool, except it's its own battery, and you have to take big pauses because it can't kind of have that kind of amperage drawn on it constantly. So, and it doesn't have, you sitting there running the fan, I assume, to do an air-cooled version of a battery-powered one. It's just going to suck your battery down to nothing, whereas a bunch of this thing sits here running a fan, and therefore you've got what you need for power because you're always plugged in. Long story short, a couple different knife lengths. And so I'm going to pull tape on this stack and leave it bound up, like Dick's hat band. And we're going to go to 93 here, although if these are 96, we're going to be right in that shrink wrap. So whatever, we're going to cut a few of these sheets with this thing. It'll also be how we get our window holes cut out, because we're going to go right over those openings and then just float the concrete with this thing. So, and I got the fan running. I'll point it this way. I'm told by the place that expands the EPS that it isn't harmful and it's a family business, and the whole area of the city smells like EPS foam. It definitely smells like it at their place, but nobody has a respirator on or whatever. Although they're not burning it, so that's something. I'm going to point that at me. I may end up putting the respirator on. But we'll get some of this cut and slid in. I put the first stick there because I think if we can open it up and then go at least behind a couple studs, that's enough to hold it up to continue to frame. And we got to remember 2 layers. 1 layer of this thickness, 1 layer of the other thickness. So things are getting complicated here. We're mingling steps, which I don't like to do. I just got done telling you guys all about my method and my methodical approach.
but I'm going to try and skip shooting this stupid foam onto the concrete with nails and a special nail gun and a special washer. And I've talked about it a thousand times in previous videos. That's my plan. But basically I'm going to try to avoid it, because the further down that rabbit hole I go, the more irritated I get. So let's just get it in place, and that's good enough for me. Okay, just wanted to prototype this whole process, and right here is sort of one of the most complicated areas. Over here is going to have some plumbing on the wall also. I intended to get the first thinner layer behind this and then stop and start again with the thicker layer on either side of this, and it'll be the same case over there probably. Although you can see my tolerance at 93 inches is a little too tight here to get this to sit down. So I maybe should go to 92, maybe 92 and a half. So there's that. I could cut everybody again at 92 and a half. It's real delicate, and so I don't want to monkey it up too much. I'm doing my learning with the thinner. I knew the thinner layer would go behind some of the tightest fitting stuff, so that went up first. It's also hardier. Being thicker, it has a little bit more body, and so that rigidity is holding everything in without any 2x4 in front of it here, which is good. And hopefully it looks nice and finished for some of the photos I get of this process before I close things in anymore. I don't really want a bunch of ugly, dirty, stained, weird looking crap in the photographs of my work, because that type of thing just detracts from the quality of what people assume to be your craftsmanship when you get down and look real close. Does it make a big deal in the scheme of things? No, but does it speak to you as a person? Yes, and so we'll balance that. So let's cut a few a little bit smaller there. We can get, I'm also looking for a running bond, so I went to 24 inches with a chalk line on this piece, which helped me get this fitment, to happen. But it's also right there, which means that if I put the edge of this full sheet to that whether or not I can get a perfect piece in there, then I can start with full sheets at that edge as I go, and these will be offset by 1/2 of a sheet, which will be a nice thing to do and seam, put all those seams on top of one another. The only thing that happens in the case here is this seam will be all the way through. When we get done here, this is all getting great stuff behind all the studs, so, fight me. So I'm going to move a little bit more here. Again, a little bit out of order, but I want to get set up with a process so that Ed and can get some help and do some of this, or if not a lot of it himself. I don't know why that looks so whack. Oh, because the 2x4 is only scrubbed in, it's not plumb. So that's what's making it look weird here. Anyway, when he gets plumbed up, everything will look really nice there. So, all right, back to it. Okay, well, I only got zip tape on top of the creek claw to about here, and I don't have any more zip tape. I gotta go get some. But we'll zip tape the rest of this because the creek claw has fallen back in a few places, which is fine. It held everything up to get the liquid concrete in here, although next time I'll probably just go with straight zip tape. I don't know, mostly because it's wider by another inch. So, before I get everything packed in here, I want to get the zip tape started and keep going and get that all done. Here's a good example of do as I say, not as I do, because we've got this all spread out. I've got the shortened pieces of thin, regular length thin, regular length thick, shortened pieces of thick just sitting on top, some pieces that are cut to fit, and I don't have the room to put in the last of this plate and measure 3, 4, 5 to check it's square still, because I've spread this out. If anything, it's come down into 3 or 4 piles from one pile. And so this is a good reason why, again, you don't go too many steps ahead, or if anything, you can finish a step before you even begin. I'm trying to set this up to be on autopilot so that tomorrow can be a big work day of busy work. Make sure everything I've been planning for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks is going to work out the way that it needs to work. But basically now I can move this stuff, get that last piece of plate in now that Ed was here to snap a chalk line, get this worked out and around the corner and screw that all down and check it for square. And then this can go back to being a styrofoam processing area. The alcove can wait. But see, here you go. This is why you want to watch out. I could drop everything and run out and get that tape right now too, but I'm not going to go to that extent because we're close to the end of the workday. Let's stay on site and get this much more stuff done on site, and then we'll either end the day or start tomorrow by going to get a few rolls of that zip tape. In fact, tomorrow I got to go into Civilization to do some other stuff, so we'll get that tape tomorrow before we come to the site. So these are all things you want to think about. Too many people just drop what they're doing and go get what they need right now, every time, and basically you spend the whole day at the store not getting anything done on the job site. All right, back to work. Well, a couple more minutes of work and I went right back to the store and got that tape and couldn't hang around and get anything else done without getting the tape. Thought I could. This is how it goes. Best laid plans. I also picked up a flat of Fireblock Great Stuff. So fairly certain if I'm Great Stuff in there, I don't want it to be Fireblock, which is the orange. I got Green Pest Block. I got a couple bottles of that for discrepancies. I think I mentioned a few videos ago, I put foam gasket on the concrete under the new green plate, sill plate. But I didn't put foam gasket on top of that for the old sill plate to set tightly down to. And even though it's an old 2x8 laying on top of a new 2x8, there are areas that you can see through to the outside to daylight. And I want all of that pumped full of Great Stuff now. I should have just put more foam gasket up with like staples or something and then smushed it. I will do that the next time I replace a foundation. That's there for draft sealing, because who's to say that the top surface of the concrete is smooth enough for the sill to completely seal. It's fairly smooth, but not that smooth. So what else was I going to say about that? It's also because, again, it's treated because the concrete holds moisture that you use there.
All right. The elves have been at work in here, hard at work in here. Ed must have been here already today. In fact, I'm sure he has. It's practically the end of the day. I had a big errand day of everything but coming to the job site to get things done that I desperately would rather be doing. However, he was able to fill this in like I suggested, which is, and I can never remember whether I go over these things 4 or 5, 18 times in a particular video, and so I'm sorry if this has been said already in this series, but how to go about filling in studs individually like this, rather than building a wall on the floor and tipping it up. Of course, that's how you build a house. A new construction, you measure all your studs, either get them pre-cut or you make them all the same length, and you figure your plate lengths out and your layout on them, and then you, while there's just 2 loose plates, you do what I did here with a layout on the floor plate, but then you set the top plate on it and translate that layout over, so you've got marks on both pieces, set them across the room from one another, put all the same, all the same length stick in on every stud, and you shoot in from the ends right through the, bottom up into the end of the stud, top down into the end of the stud, and stand it up. And thereby, if you have a level foundation and a level floor system, which it should be, because that's just literally stacking up dimensional lumber, sill plate, and the edge of a joist, and the subfloor, which is all the same thickness, then you continue to have level all the way up when you build. Now, we built this basement underneath this existing house, and while we get all done here, we'd like to have exactly the same elevation from the surface of the concrete floor up to the top. We don't necessarily have that. And in fact, even if you were to finish a basement under a house that was a new build, you wouldn't build a wall on the floor and tip it up into place. To start with, the hypotenuse of that lever arm is longer until it's fully installed. And so what I'm saying is you'd never take a wall that fits in here and tip it down and out, or roll it up and in, it won't go. But for all those reasons and more, the way that you do that is put your top plate on the ceiling and your bottom plate on the floor like we did here, and measure individually each space, which may vary as much as 1/4 of an inch. If it starts getting to be more than that, I would really start wondering what the hell's going on, and we might have that syndrome in here somewhere. But measure each space, put a unique piece in that space. And how do we do this without being up on the ladder and put the ladder over here and measure? How do we even measure to begin with? Well, you go up a ladder to where you can look through the tape at a point where, see this plane? That's the length that we have to cut of any given stud. If I look at that plane and I move up until it disappears, this whole surface of it lines up, and I put the tape measure here, and I can see the number right there. And I can use a tape measure down to 1/16 of an inch. Gasp. Pearl clutch. But yes, your framer ought to certainly be able to work with 1/16 of an inch. Some of them should be able to digest a 32nd of an inch kind of a number, but usually it's for a joke in a job site like this one here. That's getting to be pretty tight. But you need to know how to use your 1/16 of an inch increments, which is to say you need to know how to record it and, repeat it at the saw. And so you put a very heavy, thick, I have a 35-foot long framer tape,
which has a bunch of features for framing. It has incredible standout, which is throwing it out there into space. It'll go way out there. You can reach around and do stuff with it. It has a magnetic end on it. 35, if you're not paying $1 a foot for a tape measure, you're to a certain level. And then I'm not paying $100 for a 100-foot tape unless it's bougie. In fact, you know what? Honestly, now that I said it out loud, I'll pay $100 for a 100-foot tape that's bougie and is actually good. So anyway, notice it's real nice and wide and heavy and thick and rigid, if you know what I'm saying. You've got all the features here that we're all looking for in a tape measure. And that makes it easy to, once there's a layout on that plate, and there's an X to the one side of every layout line, and the X is designed to be covered by the stud, so at a glance you can see that you're on the correct layout because all the X's went on the right side, and no X's can be seen when you're done here. Because believe it or not, even your old pal Chazzy has put a stud down on the wrong side of a layout line probably once on every project I've ever worked on somehow, and so I put a nice big X there that you cover up. So he's been, in this case these haven't been, but at this stage they should be screwed in next. But what am I trying to say? How do we do this thing from beginning to end? We pull up the ladder when there's a layout on the floor and there's a plate on the ceiling, and we put a nice stiff tape measure down onto the X on the floor. And we don't have all this goofing around, flopping and flailing and bending and breaking tape, see, because it's a nice heavy-duty tape that's nice and rigid. And then we come up here and we have 3 or 4 hands so we can get the point across after 10 minutes of blathering. But we come up here and we look right through the tape and we see that we're at 89 7/8 would do us here. Okay? And we write it, 13/16, my man. I think that's even me from yesterday. I did a few here. But you write it here, if you want 13, then, because we're looking for a scrubbing fit. We're looking for it to come in and want to stay, that's even a little light to me. I want to be able to almost not move it by hand the last little bit. I want to have to tap it in with a hammer. So that's a little bit of light fitment. In fact, it's probably that area where the knot is, being a little bit of a bump down from here, and it's holding it tight just on that spot of the knot being a bit proud. So that's a little too short. I made my own stick too long, or excuse me, too short. Cut it twice and it's still too short. What do? Layout, X's, tape measure to the X, heavy tape measure, look through the measurement and write the measurement on the top plate and do it here and do it there where you can reach. Don't go crazy. Come down and move the ladder and do it all the way down. Drop that tape. It's eyeballing it vertical. That's fine. Put it on the X. Note the exact measurement that's going to scrub or be a little heavy, and put that number up there big so it can be read by somebody standing here on the ground, even if it's you, even if it's somebody else. Now you go out and get hit by a bus, doesn't matter, somebody can continue to do the project because they don't have to go back in time and gain all the information that you've already gained here for everybody's benefit. So it's just a best practice. You get it written on there. Then you can chip away at, take a lunch in the middle of, do other things, come back the next day, whatever, making the pieces that number and bringing them over, and they should scrub fit, and Ed did a nice job of that all the way down. If you start finding, and don't make them all, or make even half a dozen of them for the first, and find out that you've been cutting the line off or leaving the line, which is better. If they're too long and you need to take a bit off of all of them, you got to go back and do that to all of them. If it's too short and you cut the line off of every one of them, and you didn't realize between the tools you're using and the pencil you're using that you need to leave the line to get that scrub fit, well then half a dozen of them don't really fit tightly, and you've kind of screwed yourself until you can find a place that they might fit snugly, which I advise you to do. You may find somewhere else in here because you realize this is doing that a little bit, same as the floor does. There'll be places where they'll work for you. But then instead of making a fresh one every time you're first checking one you've already made to see how I'm approaching this, let's not screw ourselves. Make a couple, see that your method is working, and put a few in from one ladder arrangement, and then move the ladder. Maybe that's the thing to do. So you've got all the numbers on. You come back, you make 1, 2, you bring them here, put them on the X, snug them up. Put it on the X, snug it up. Put it on the X, snug it up. So no ladder involved at this point. But then, if that's working for you, make them all like Ed did here and just set them into place, no fasteners. Okay? It's great for visual progress. It's great for keeping your motivation up. It's great for uncovering problems that if you commit to all these and screw them all in plumb and you're working around and then something has to change, then you got to undo all that. And I've done that. I don't know what it might be, but I've done that, okay? So, this is the way that I've worked out to do this. Stand them in place. Be somebody who's good enough at framing to get a scrubbing tight fit on all of these, even though rough framing that word rough goes with that a lot. And it implies a bunch of bullshit, which it shouldn't imply, because you got to be good at this. You've got to do a nice, tight job of framing if you want anything built on top of it to look good. So you get to this point. Now what? Well, what hand are you? Left-handed? Right-handed? Because we're going to tap this thing around. I did this one already and that one. So these will make we're doing the baking show where we've got a few examples that are coming out of the oven baked. But first we got to look at the raw scenario. Those are locked up. So we come into that line, that layout line that we covered up the X, and we tap it around. This is a bad example again, but we're doing this like that because I'm right-handed. I'm going to toe nail or screw this in based on seeing that pencil line just like that. I don't want to cover it because who knows how far in there it is, and then I can't at a glance find out whether I'm on what I intended to be layout or not. I want to see that line, and even if I nail or screw and push it over there, I will hit it with my hammer. Don't hit it with your hand. Dad always told me, you just end up hurting yourself if you do it a lot. So don't get in the habit of that. Tap it back with the hammer until you see that line and leave that as a commitment. Always from the same side that you're dominant. And why did I say this is a bad example? Because we're going to find places where it's not going to work out. But I still go to the effort of putting the long bit holder on so the drill motor can exist over here instead of trying to exist in there, and I can sneak by with a long extension and put screws in there. Very rarely can I use my right side dominant schema to this. Why does that come into play? Because you're going to do proprioception and think about your body position when you're doing this all the way along, and you're going to be putting that on the mark with a hammer on your belt and a screwdriver and a box of screws or screws on your hip as you kneel and you scoot right down the wall, always doing the same thing. Something's got to change, or anything now or later, somebody can undo. They're not flipping back around and standing up to do some of them and do it. Don't come at things like that. Make a uniform effort. So, dominant side, scooting along on the floor. They're all staying in place, not trying to fall over because we made them all a scrub fit. We're tapping them around with a hammer till we see the pencil line. We're making a commitment of 2 fasteners, toe nailing from the dominant side that is, depends on who you are. But you can also, and I've seen this done under certain circumstances, right when you get it where you want to be, you can toe from the front down in. Bang. And then it will pivot about that, but it does help you from overall kicking out, and now we're getting into what to do if you've made them all too short, because let me tell you something. The reason we want that scrub fit is because it is unbelievably difficult. You got to have a lot of experience with it to not spend 10 minutes committing every one of these with fasteners if they're lolling all around and not fitting. Okay, you got to have that scrub fit. But the other thing you can do is do too much to where you're beating these with a hammer. You should never be leaving hammer marks or tearing end grain off with the fitment here or driving those up into the overhead bays and stuff like that before. And so I am actually realizing that I'm a bit redundant here and that this will have already been in the series, but hopefully this is a little more fidelity on that. And I'm certainly still as or worse in terms of discombobulation when it is keeping me on topic, but we're doing this stuff one take, because if you want me to start doing multiple takes in editing, you're going to have to start paying me to do this YouTube stuff. We're making commitments all the way along on the floor. So what's left? We've locked these in tightly, the right place, the right time, all across the bottom. All they've got to do is be plumb with a plumb device, like a laser level or an actual level, physical. But you can set up with that, and you can start here and work your way down, tapping this back and forth and tipping the, I don't even worry about necessarily the flushness of it yet, but I tap it side to side until it's reading plumb. If I'm seeing the red laser line all the way down the side of it from over there on the floor, or I'm using the plumb. As soon as I like what it looks like there, it can't be twisted unless the stick itself is twisted, but if it's a nice straight stick, it's controlled at the floor, and you can just scribe your dominant side with pencil, and get it plumb and scribe the dominant side with pencil, and do that all along. Do all of that, put the level away. Then come back, set up with screws and a screw gun on the ladder, and a hammer on your hip, and tap it into flush and make sure you can see that pencil line, and put the fasteners in from your dominant side. Again, if you want to shoot the front to hold it on layout and then put it from the dominant side, that works great, and that makes your top commitment, and then you have what should be a really nice plane, and you can always throw something on there for a straight edge and fly around on it, make sure that you haven't got something sitting high or sitting low. For that, you can, if you have a high bowed out situation, you can put a slice or two in there and then push him in, closing the blade kerf. It'll push in a rogue stud, and you can pin through it right into its own self to pull it down. Side to side, don't matter. don't worry that much about when you come with a sheet of drywall. If this one's straight, you'll screw this in, and then you've got the drywall on there locked in, and you can deflect. Ooh, these aren't screwed, but you can deflect that side to side and push through the drywall with its fastener and start controlling these at the halfway point to keep them from bowing like this. That's that problem solved. So we work in order, and we don't worry about things that we shouldn't worry about right away. Lastly, when you set up a nail gun to fire these in and toenail them in, you notice this is what you get. That could be tapped down a little bit, but you really just need the head to come into contact with the face of that for it to really be good. I don't want to bury this corner down into the grain of the wood. You start to compromise the wood. This is a pin. That's why we call them pins. We're just pinning stuff here. It's not necessarily good to drag the whole head on through and start tearing open the material. It compromises the joint. This is a good pinned joint. You can get a big fat end nail set out when you're done with all the nailing, and especially if you face nailed these, because he'll be sticking out of there. That does need to be driven in with the nail set to flush so that the drywall can sit, but this could just be tapped down with a nail set just so it engages. And same goes for screwing. There's a nail there. Where did I screw these? Maybe here. This is a good example. This is what a good toenail looks like in a screw situation. Don't be pulling the heads of a screw way down into there and ripping that out. I don't care if you like to start higher so that you can do it. You shouldn't be. This is more than tight enough. If I gave you $500 and the day to do it in, you'd never get this stick out of here with your bare hands. I don't care what you do. You'd have to be kicking on it to make any headway. It's in there well enough, so this is a good toenail. Don't pull screw heads in any deeper than you need to. This is, like I said before here, even just looking a little bit too deep. Too deep, Chazzy. Massively unprofessional not to be leaving screws that look like that. Don't pull things way in deeply into the wood fibers. You won't realize how often you're going to come back if you get into the habit of doing that, because usually it won't matter because you're not going to ever take it out. Who's going to ever take it out? You're going to eventually run into people who did that screwed you when you're trying to find their fasteners to get them taken out. Or you'll come back around to something that you did put together and you never thought it would have to be taken apart, and you're in the habit of constantly burying the screw heads, and for the life of you, you can't get done what you need to get done in a timely fashion or with good quality because you can't find all the friggin' fasteners. Don't get into the bad habit of doing that. All right, everybody? Methodical. So, Ed worked out a little too far ahead. It's nice that they're loose because a few have to be pulled to get our foam in there further. I got the tape up like I was talking all the way down to here, and they are all loose, but we got to have these, our crippled studs underneath the sill to maintain that layout. But the sill goes across from one king stud that's got to be here, flush with the face of this window, and this guy is close enough as a layout stud to be knocked over, and that's a decision you have to make here because we need a king to be flush with this. And so he's a layout stud, and we'll just move him a ½ inch because we'll still be able to find him with the drywall, and he'll make a great king. I'm sorry, these are going to be jacks. That position is jack. Flush with this face of concrete, flush with this face of concrete. No, because we don't need a header. So, yeah, it is basically a king because it goes from the top plate all the way down. The jack is underneath a header, which we don't have in here. So it'll be the king. There'll be no jacks in this rough opening because they're not necessary. And there'll be a sill on a sill jack. So it'll be a king and a sill jack in here. It'll be king, sill jack, and then layout stud. And the sill will sit on top of these and cut them right off as cripples. Or I might take them out and use them as a full stud and actually just make the cripples after I've got the sill in. But regardless, there's anatomy to these windows that we got to see in position in here. And I'm still angling on whether or not the truck's going to run. The part's in the car, but I got to put in some time here today, go home and see if it's going to make the truck start and run. And even so, that's got a moldy seat and old gas. And if I'm going to jump right in and drive into the city to pick up the window order, I want to be careful that I'm not going to die of mold poisoning or my gas isn't going to cause her to shit the bed. But I got to get those windows down here for this weekend if we're going to get the windows in. I don't really know what I don't really know what this video is about. We got some framing, we got some more wall insulating, we've got some blather about windows and best practices, we got the hot knife going. I don't have a good idea on the title of this bad boy, but maybe just exterior wall probs or something like that. Getting that exterior wall built up inside so it's ready to carry all the systems has got a lot to do with, we're building a high-end cooler box. High-end, temperature envelope system situation that we need to build in here, and there's a lot to it. So it may seem like we're massively overcomplicating. A lot of old timers think, you got the basement wall, By the way, building code for a new build construction basement you're going to do all of this by building code. You're not going to just leave it raw concrete like you would have before. At least in New York State, at least in where I am in the world, that's what you've got to have. A lot of people would call this done. Who cares? But the cost in just getting to this means that you end up, whether you do or not, you shouldn't mind doing all of this here, because the cost in just getting a new basement constructed, you don't get anywhere, you don't leverage anywhere near the return on investment that you do once you get all this portion of it done. Then you start to see the savings over the year in terms of energy use and the comfort level in here, and the fact that you've got all this truly extra floor space that's part of the living envelope of the house now. You have another whole floor to this house. A carbon copy of the first floor, which is a lot of times the largest floor. So, to the tune of even more space than putting a second story addition on in a lot of cases. So, if anybody's brooding in the comment section thinking, I don't know, this seems like a lot of work to go to for a basement, we've got to do this. And it's technically a long-term decision that's really wise for the health of your house. Us in the Northeast here and anywhere else in the world that can build on a new tech basement, full depth hole in the ground and rely on the ground's kind of consistency in terms of temperature to, as a rock in a storm, when you're talking about the swings, humidity and temperature and other elements and stuff outside, it's a big help. My parents moved to Texas, and the quality of the construction and the lack of basements and a bunch of different things you wouldn't believe down there that are common, that it seems to me and to him too, it's just like you're shooting yourself in the foot. So this is an important part of the house's ecosystem. It was woefully deficient in taking away from it before, and all of these steps I've got a big smile on my face knowing the amount of value that we've added here to the next 100 years that the house is on planet Earth, hopefully, if we can keep it together and in all the rest of the ways that matter. But this place should be here unless someone tries to ruin it, and it's going to be one of the nicest places in the village. We really have been putting in effort on this one. So hopefully everybody appreciates all the learning curve that they get to skip. If you're watching right along, like I said, I think I probably broke through $20 this month ad revenue for my YouTube channel after, I want to say, 4 years, 400 and almost 50 videos, somewhere there, 425 or something. So anyway, back to work. We'll see you. All right, take it easy, bud. Here's something I want to point out about when to modify what side you pin a stud in, okay? Like I said, I just moved this guy over because he's a full length that was close enough to trying to fit here that I knew he'd work for my king. Instead of cutting the one that's on a layout here short for later, I'll make him out of something else. So I slid him over and he's the window king because he's flush with this rough opening. Same over here, he was real close to on layout, so he's now flush with that rough opening. And then you need a sill in here that is level, regardless of being the same distance from there, so they're not necessarily the same length. This is not necessarily level. We want to be a skosh, with the top surface of it, we want to be a skosh higher than the highest point in the concrete. There's no use in trying to install something and running into that when we slide in, like sitting down in the concrete and being way off of the rough opening here. We just go a skosh above and make this thing level. So the two jacks will likely be slightly different lengths. I did cut two the same length to start with because it'll be a matter of taking a skosh off of one to the other, and that's fine. It's your prerogative what you do there with that. But I know that we're going to put the sill in, and then it goes on a sill jack that gets married to the side of this, and stop short where the sill sits on it. Same over here. When you come in to add it down here, if you've towed on that side, you've got to smash those screw heads in to where it can be installed tightly there. The problem is, later, if you're trying to run through a situation like this, again, best practice, if you're trying to drill for electrical or water for some reason, even if it's right here for a baseboard or anything else, you've not only got multiple layers to go through, which should be no problem. Even with nails, they're softer, but with screws particularly, when they're covered up in there, even if you know they're there, you can't get them out of there and they're in the way of drilling. So in a case where you're going to make multiple layers, I start the middle layers, I start putting the only screws that hold them in to the sole plate from the front, and then up 16 inches or wherever, I start putting things together side to side. I screw into them from the outside to hold them or control them or whatever. But I try not to hide the heads of screws or nails if I'm going to come through later and try to drill to install systems. So long story short, I'll take these two out and I'll put them on the outside here. That'll only ever be a full king and then an empty wall bay, a sill jack. I think we're going to end up with a layout stud there too, so we don't miss when we come with drywall that's marked out for layout. So it'll be a layout stud in there, and so this one will end up probably screwed in the face of it, the layout stud from the outside on the right, this king on the outside on the left, and then higher up we'll do some that you can still see. And the thing about screws in a window assembly, the anatomy of a window, even though we may be nailing throughout, if you need to dial something, open this up or walk it around or anything later, it's worth it to me to put screws in for all this stuff, so small changes can be made, especially when no changes can basically be made to the concrete. So in a circumstance like this, where we're going to have to deal with it, put my best foot forward, thinking I want to be a little higher than the highest point of the concrete all the way around. But if something needs to move over or whatever here, I'll basically have access to all the controls to do that by way of running the screws out and re-screwing it in different holes if I have to, or but whatever. That's my thinking here. All screw construction, all apparent, clearly visible, unsunken heads to everything. Don't laminate and bury stuff like that inside, or you will go through, like you wouldn't believe, hundreds of dollars in these, otherwise ultra handy plumbing bits and stuff that make such short work of drawing you effortlessly through layer after layer after layer after layer of that soft wood when we come to plumb stuff in here. Well, if you hit a screw or a nail, you can take it out and set up a hole saw instead, and then fart all around. And then if it's a PEX hole and you're going to pull through it, and the ends of one of the things you cut off cleanly after you ruined one drill bit, scratch down the side of the PEX every little bit that you pull through that hole because there's a sharp edge inside of it there. I've done all of this. Do what you can now not to put fasteners in laminated components in a framing wall if you can think of it. And I sort of put everything together then, so it's attached to the bottom, it's attached to the top. And if I have any laminating to do around a window, I'll screw them to one another right in the middle of this distance once, and then I'll divide that and do it once again, and I'll divide that and do it once again. That's all the more times I'll do it. I won't just sprinkle it throughout and do it, way too closely, like right here today and right down there and then right up there, and next thing you know, they're all over the place. Stand back and try to get the center on the center line of a span, and then if the spans that are left need subdivisions, subdivide them in half. If those spans need subdivisions, subdivide them in half. That keeps you organizing the placement of all your hardware roughly. I'm not measuring a lot of that out. If I measure out hardware layout, do I do the same thing? Yes, and it's just more specifically detailed. But in a general sense here, I'm not just sprinkling fasteners wherever. You don't want them mixed in just randomly. It's not good for business. So I'll be subdividing, and then calling it quits. It also keeps you from picking a distance roughly and going along until the last one is too short or too long, because you didn't think ahead. Same with blocking. This span needs to be blocked like that to catch the top of a wall, just like this was. So I said to Ed, look at the span, subdivide. One will do it here. With two, one to subdivide those is too many. Same here, one will do it in the middle here. Should it be flat up there? Usually yes. Will what he's done work? Yes. In fact, they haven't even been fastened. So we can roll them over and do whatever. But that's a good way to keep things looking sharp and professional. Subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. All right, back to work. Well, if you're watching me struggle with this, it's because I kind of don't have exactly what I wanted here, and I also didn't have a complete plan on this, but again, I'm trying to avoid putting the foam up with fasteners, and I intended to slide it in behind the framing. I'd put these all up, and I've been able to remove them and put them back to hold things, but I have to be careful about the order that without mixing them all up, then I have a real kind of a problem on my hands. I'm also finding that leaving myself 1.5 inches behind this plate for 1.25 inches worth of material, for some reason, I must have not checked in the middle of this wall that it got tighter than that. I don't know how I could have possibly, I guess I was hell-bent on keeping the front plane of it in front of this pipe, and I had to make it relative to that piece of plate that was cast into the concrete, and then pushing that line across. It's everything I wanted except the gap behind is too tight. I guess that's also something, and if anything, this would have moved out even further. I only just, you know what, and the thing is, he wouldn't have known because I did all of that work on the concrete, but this was placed long before the concrete. And I did have the presence of mind to push it out to that 1.5 inches off that shim when we began, but looks like I could have even been 1.75 inches because of the way that the wall bows, but you wouldn't see that until you get several steps ahead. So I guess, long story short, or rule of thumb there, is that adding 1/4 wasn't enough. I should have added a full 1/2 inch, which just felt like making this unnecessarily small in here. But under these circumstances where the concrete's built to the weird house, there's a high likelihood of a long stretch of wall not being lightning straight like that. Whereas in a new build, there's still that high likelihood, but it should be kind of lightning straight. So what does that all mean? How have I been fixing it? Well, I just need to taper the bottom and the top edge of the sheet of foam. And all I've been doing, as you can see, it's not pretty, but I've just looked at, we can do one here together. I've set it on the floor to where it's stopped, and I can see that my angle, dropped my extra battery, but my angle is going from the back corner up to about here, and once it's hot enough, I've just been visually eyeballing like that. See the distance of the blade from the face that I can see there? I've been eyeballing that and just maintaining that from above, and I'll do it across the top as well, and it'll give us a knife edge on the top and the bottom good enough to get us, into and behind that 2x4. And then each of these studs will have a hard time going into that foam a bit, but it's nothing that we can't hit it hard with a hammer and basically squish it down and force it to go in there. I'm really hoping that doesn't happen anywhere else in here, because I did check everywhere else in here that I had a minimum 1.5 inches behind my floor plate. But again, this area of the wall I did not, and there makes a good example of why you should maintain that, because now we've got extra steps to get the foam in. Back to time lapse. Well, there you see there's some benefit to building the anatomy of a window or door and leaving it mobile in case you need to do something. And I didn't even realize, really, truthfully, that I'd want to take it right away and bring it back. The problem is, and this is another best practice, you could always, before you move something like that, trace all around it, you know, at the top and at the bottom. I have the layout lines and things I used before, but literally tracing all around it makes it way easier to tap it all back around and put it exactly where you wanted it to be. And when you get that close, then the screw holes, you'll feel that they pull back in to the same exact screw hole. And all that would have been ideal because I intend to use this to carefully cut the foam out of the window opening, and I want all that to be in the right spot. Of course, I could cut it out roughly, and then once I can see through there, I can go back to checking and putting this, you know, setting this to the concrete again, but then the cut through the styrofoam isn't nice and clean. So I kind of have to be real careful here, so I'm not going to make you watch, to get that all exactly where it used to be and commit to that, and then quickly cut that window opening out. Maybe I'll come back and show that. Got a couple sticks to put back into place here, but then we've got things to where all the 2x4s are ready to stay in place and can be screwed in, and then we can see what we got to have for a window framing all the way around in here, and the blocked up holes will stay covered in here, and all this is going to get fire foam, and this will get all pumped up with, you know, great stuff fire foam as well. But there's a great example of, I would have loved this to look super polished. I had to trim all the bottom edges of that foam. I got little pieces of foam in here like I didn't want, so we're going to mitigate that. Hopefully there's no more of that. God, I shouldn't have said anything, but I really checked because I knew that would be a nightmare if the foam doesn't want to fit in there. I really checked everything else in here, I think, to make sure that there were no areas tighter than 1.5 inches behind the framing. So hopefully we don't run into that problem again. Obviously fixable, but that's not what you want to see happen in here. So hopefully that's the worst of it. It's alive! All right, let's put the plate across the ceiling on this wall, and that'll allow us to get that layout on the floor and start putting in enough studs at least just to hold up the foam. And we'll do foam and just a single kind of stud as we need it right along, and it'll get as much of this foam off the floor in here as I can get. It'll be a real easy one to do because it's the longest wall in here to start with, and it's also at 90 to the layout of the floor joists. Whereas if we started playing with this end wall, this end wall, or this end wall, we got to start putting blocks in to hold up our plate, which I don't want to mess with just yet. And again, we set this wall up and then we set that wall up on the floor. Won't hurt to do this one and then that one over there. You never know what you might need three-dimensionally off the face of that. To start with, I guess I could use the floor plate, but I got to start thinking about getting the stairs in here too. But let's set up and get this plate on the ceiling edge here now also. He's just having a lunch. Then I've got a second person when I need one to get it up there, and then he can work on filling that in too. Okay, I gotta keep this area of the chimney clear because I gotta work in here to block that up. Whereas in these window openings, the glass block is 3.5 inches wide and it'll be set to the outside there. So really all the work will be taking place toward the outboard side of the opening. I am gonna zip tape over the foam from concrete to wood before that, is imminent. Over here, I was thinking we could, I'm standing here looking at an hour or two before the end of the day here on a Thursday. And so Ed made my top plate. The nice thing about the plates on the floor, you copy the butt and pass, you copy the component to the ceiling. Because framing just is referring to each plane that you define with a layout having a top, bottom, and two ends, and that is the frame. And each of them is a component part, as almost like pieces of wood are, and the corners butt into the other piece, and the other piece passes where that one butts into. Don't start lacing things where you butt and pass differently on the floor than on the ceiling, and building things all together like that. That isn't going to be as good as putting it together the way that things are built from scratch. And again, when you build things brand new, you lay them down, you put the frame out on the floor, you fill it in with the stud layout, you compose it into a wall component, then you tip it up, and it can rack back and forth until you skin it on the outside, and finally we skin it on the inside. And so when we're building in, renovating, remodeling, or doing anything like this, we want to be surgically, like any surgeon would, putting things the way that they would be from the beginning, rather than doing having a different methodology when you're renovating versus when you do new build. Renovating is, architectural surgery, and we want to be putting things however it becomes necessary to do the work. We want to be making a situation that would be basically indistinguishable as much as you can from one that was built in the right order from the ground up, basically. That's a long way around the situation of where we are now. I'm going to leave that bare. I don't want to run over that way because I'm not ready to take that panel down. It is hot, basically. And so the other wall here I can't do because the panel's there. The alcove's just a bunch of busy work bullshit. This over here I could do, but it isn't as much benefit to me as this wall is, see? Because this wall over here, after I discuss something in a second, is going to be ready to finish up this stack into the floor and bring in the kitchen sink. And then all we got to do is have this done and down through here. So long story short, this is the wall that I'm going to build next, starting by copying the length of the plate on the floor, put him up on the ceiling and bring him over. He should come over and brush against the side of that fitting, and then I'll find where he belongs with the laser, and I could probably get him up there myself because he's about as long as you'd want to have to deal with. And so I'll start working on that behind me to round out my day. I've got the 3 openings cut flush here. I could also put zip tape in there. Excuse me. I've got a bunch of stuff that isn't secured. That's the type of thing that it's always helpful to have more people working. But even if it's just Ed or anybody else, if they're looking for things to do, that's the type of stuff that's hanging out that I can, again, with putting the sister joists on, busy work that I'm not going to necessarily do till the very end. And then it'll have been pushed to the very end. And if I end up having to do it and everybody's belly aching about all of that, it'll be, well, you've had weeks and weeks to have help or get to any of this yourself. I'm not trying to be combative. I'm just saying that's the best practice for me. I'll leave everything that's busy work behind me and keep moving. Does it bite me in the butt a lot? Yeah, because I come back and I really wish I had gotten that work done already by now. I basically, when I put it behind me, I think, well, it's going to happen right behind me. And a lot of times it goes for weeks and weeks and weeks, and that becomes a problem. Anyway, I'm not going to do anything more over here right now for the sake of getting to that point here. So then we can tie this in, and then we've got drains all the way out of this house 100, and we're going to probably, I think, hire out the trenching to the street. I can't really argue with cost in that. I got somebody who gave me a number half as big as the first person, and that's way closer to what it would be to pay me to do it if I went right along and didn't run into a major problem. So I don't want to risk it when it's going to be very similar money, very similar cost. And as a specialist, we can count on them, knock on wood, to just get it done without major incident. So, same I think for the downspouts and the gutters here. Not that I can't do that work, but as soon as you go up a ladder and you've got delicate, fiddly, flopping pieces of material like aluminum, and there's a breeze, or it's a high ladder, or you need to support the other end of it, and now I've got Ed on the ladder, and all of a sudden it really becomes tricky. So we'll get the crew in here. I think it's going to be a couple grand to put all 100% fresh new gutters screwed onto the fascia, all brand new downspouts to the ground, and we're going to change some of the anatomy, and we're going to let the specialists sort of recommend the changes so that everything makes complete sense. And there is some recourse here, for example, like the fact that this is off the fascia to that amount is a no-no. And so, we're going to take care of all that stuff. This is also a really questionable trim repair here that somebody did with wood. If you want to know what it's like to be me, this is what my brain does all the time when I'm hanging out at your house for a barbecue and I'm wondering, what in the actual fuck did somebody do and think that they could get away with there? Unbelievable. I don't even think that was Ed. I think that was the previous, I think it was his father-in-law and during that time. So that's where I'll be. Let's set up and get me working over here. More of the same stuff, but it's just as important. Ed's got blocking in here to get us around the corner. I am starting to think about things like, we're going to end up coming down the beam on probably our side with the HVAC, like the main artery for cold air on one side and heat on the other. Now, if it's heat coming through this way, we can come all the way down and we've got to get to there. And so I started thinking it would have been worth, I looked at this pilaster a million times, whether I wanted to cut it off just the way I did the other one, if it made any sense to pull the floor over in there. It gains you a little more space in this room a little bit. The other benefit would have been that we could come through and just keep on going and come to here and roll up and go, as soon as we get into this bay, we can get over to this hot air supply here and we could do that. I might have to take a foot off of the top of that to get that done. The thing about that is in the bathroom here, over the sink and the toilet, your ceiling then is going to have to be finished around this beam, and if your ductwork comes through and goes right through there to get over to here, basically the area as you're in the bathroom, your ceiling is here, and then it's soffitted down. This is your wall color, and this is your ceiling again, and you have a couple can lights or something. Well, no, they'd have to be pucks, so you can do that. The look of can lights that are super shallow, so the duct goes right across on top of it, vanity over the sink and toilet, and around inside the bathroom over the vanity and toilet is sort of a best case scenario for kicking a finished ceiling down to accommodate things like this. I really hate to see that through the whole space, but it's the nature of the situation when you have forced air, which I absolutely fucking hate, and I've said it probably 80 times. I think I see a wall between this post and this post in their future, with work surface on this side and work surface on that side, but leaving this as a portal over to underneath the stairs where there's a door in there, and leaving that just a big, walkable space. But I won't push for that until we get down to what do we want to do with these last few 2x4s? This is what I think, I would do this. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Let's frame this wall up here. I've been, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth on, if you're going to put a shower, this bathroom was designed for a 4-foot wide, 30-some inch deep shower base. So essentially, toilet sink on the left, shower on the right, full width of the room shower base, and 3-piece surround or tiled surround. As you can see, though, that puts us right on top of the window. So, and we needed this opening here, and it needed to be this extra deep because that's where the beam ended up being for lifting the house. So it's not as though we scheduled this whole special window and it's right in my way. And I still don't regret putting the shower where I put it, to enter. In this case, you enter from the bathroom space. If you orient it so that you enter front on, or even the other way around, the room has to grow in depth quite a bit. So to turn it this way, then it's slopping around and it's just a one-person sort of a shower justified to this corner or that corner. Now, if I'd have done that and I'd have justified it to this corner as a 30-inch or 32-inch wide single shower stall with a drain over here for it, then you could have had a linen closet or whatever there, but it would have had to, you would have had part of a window in the back wall of this room regardless. It doesn't matter that it's just going to be within the shower. It's still silly to have a piece of a window in the room like that with the wall that separates it from the rest of the space landing on top of the window. And, of course, we wouldn't go even deeper in there because there's no point in having a weird little alcove all the way around behind the shower. It's just super weird to deal with. So I think that basically what we will just finish around this window opening. What I'm saying is I toyed with the idea of just blocking this shut. But the slop sink is supposed to go here. The washer and dryer are going to go here. That's going to be obscured with, I think, a riser for the washer for now. And it's going to suit Ed and his wife and their life here just fine. And the wall will be here. It'll just be a half bath. There's a lot here if someone wants to build a full bath. They will have to go out and use a wet saw to just slice the mortar, take this out and dig things down a little bit and slice the mortar, take that window unit out, and then just block it up. Or I think I said this once before, we could, we could leave a rough opening here and finish it as we do the rest of these windows. But if someone truly wants to make this into that full bath someday, they could literally just frame that opening in and fly some drywall across it enough to hardy board, or a lot of times the 3-piece surround goes right to framing, so just frame it up after you pull this drywall off and put it right on there. And essentially, you never notice, especially if you, what could you do? Paint some plywood and put it in there first, paint it black or something like that. So you'd really never have to get into the window block and changing it. It would look just fine on the back of the house. You'd have to look right at it and really look at it to see that you couldn't see into the house because of the wavy glass block. So you could just, don't make it wood because you would notice that, but black through the wavy block would look like the lights are off in the basement. You'd never have to disturb anything outside. You could have your full-size bath, and then you could have your weird little closet in here with your slop sink at the back of it, right on top of the sump pump if you ever have to get in there. So that's why we did it this way, and so I will be framing around this opening. If anybody's been watching like the shower and this conflict that it has here, it's going to be somebody who either wants a window over their sink or wants a full bath. And we had this opening to start with, so we'll lean into it because we don't need the full bath. All right? How many different ways can you say it, Chazzy? Let's get back to work now. Well, when I ordered all of our basement glass window block windows, I ordered 9 32 by 24 rough openings. I gave them rough openings. 9 32 by 24s and 1 32 by 36 rough opening. But this rough opening is narrow. I think it's 31. And when we did this, I was very careful, but I looked up on Lowe's. Yeah, this is 31.5 RO. So if we play it in a little bit on this side, we're already in an inch. I may migrate this to the right and split the difference at least. But I think the unit that we're going to get, it's not that it won't go in there. It's like, will it go in there with a little bit of mortar on either side, and will that be okay? Probably. It just, But I'll center the rough opening, which I've gotten sloppy and I've started nailing because it's just so much faster. So it'll have to be, I set the depth on the nails because Ed asked me if, he asked me if like these, like we were talking before, that's ideal.
And that's ideal. Well, it's less than ideal, but it's not the end of the world. Why is that ideal? Because I can walk up with a cat's paw if I need to change something. And I can get on it like this, which is what we're going to have to do. Actually, I guess I never talked about that over here, but anyway, I'll tell you now. I can just get on it with a cat's paw, and I can pull it out. Meanwhile, it's holding it on the layout just fine, and when the other components are here, like the drywall and everything, then we've got plenty of stability there. So I set the nail gun too deep at some point, and they're going to be unhandy. They'll have to be dug out of the lumber, which, another case of do as I say, not as I do. Don't overset your depth. Count on that. Again, that's a little too high over here because the head hasn't touched. But this is what you want. You want a head, like the one I got a hold of. That's ideal. The top of the head comes down and stops. The bottom sticks out. That's an ideal toe. Looks very professional. In some cases, like again on the front, you got to bury it, but not in this case. Now, what happened over here? We're going to move our layout over because I was so smart in the beginning to avoid putting a stud layout right on top of that sewer line, and to make one of these heater, one of these studs into a layout stud also. However, I forget, you want your stud layout, oh, this is a tricky addition spot, but when you are on these end walls where the joists land, you want your stud wall on the same layout as the joist layout. The upstairs wall should be on that layout. The worst case you ever are is to one side or the other, like, because they, joists are thrown on, they don't cut them perfectly to length and butt their ends and everything. There's no benefit to that in almost any sense. So sometimes you're on the left-hand side or the right-hand side, but you maximize the alignment of the wall bays from the bottom all the way to the top of the residence or the construction or the building or whatever for things like forced air ducting, systems, etc. If you start going on other factors and put this right in the middle of that, you're right down to having less than half of this space in here because of the thickness of that piece. So essentially all these need to move over to the left the same amount. So I changed the layout once. They have never been attached to the top. So at least all we got to do is pull them off on the ground, move them to the left. What ends up looking like about 4 inches. Everybody's going to move to the left. We end up wanting a layout stud between these two. Neither one are a layout stud, but we still straddle this pipe, and so that was what I should have gone so much farther to notice, and this is what you want to notice before you just go crazy with a layout and button everything down real tight and don't consider anything. So we're going to move that. I made that decision before I started any more layout. I came back with a fresh mind over on this wall another day here this week and troubled myself to realize that. So you'll notice that those end up right on the old stud before the sister or whatever like that, which is, and more importantly, now you would say then, well, if I started down there and I translated that layout, well then you could just use that stud and just take your layout stud, put him directly underneath the old stud like this. Sorry about my angle. Put him right underneath there and you'll be all good. I would still, after you put them on the floor, on that layout that you grabbed, I would still use and check them all for plumb, etc. Because the thing is, they don't need to be perfectly aligned with that. We just want to maximize the cavity if it becomes necessary. More importantly, we want to be able to find these when we're screwing up drywall. So we get as close as we can to being on the same layout, but we still prioritize the quality of the actual component right along. So these are important high-level things you want to realize. And even me, I slipped up and didn't get right on top of it. So I wouldn't have gone back and changed it all if we were all buttoned up and done. But I was at a point where it was basically the last, if we'd attached the top all along and the nails had been buried and stuff there, I would have really started wrestling with whether to leave this or not, because we don't actually need to route systems in this wall. But I like to work with best practices because there are other reasons for this that I can't think of right now, but I'll tell you about them later in the series or on another project if they become relevant, that you just rely on things that to be the standard way because you never know what you might need them to be like that for. Same over here. There's a good question that Ed brought up. You get into a situation where do you need a jack here under the sill, because of course this is here? No, because its primary function is to hold up the sill. But the streamlined, polished quality of standard stick build framing exists because we've been at it for 100 years or more, and we've squeezed it down to the most efficient process that we can make out of it, because it's one of the most expensive things to do still. And so most components are doing at least double duty, if not triple, quadruple duty, and so it's all about the duty. But
if I come back to this when it's covered and I want to work off of the fact that I can see what the rough opening is, and I'm looking for something to get a hold of, or I know there's a jack there, so when I go to the floor, I can avoid that. If I'm doing something, I'm going to count on there being a jack there based on typical window anatomy. For a lot of other reasons as well. When I'm putting trim up or whatever else here, I may want a nailer there. So we will put a jack in there. We're going to stick to what's anatomically correct here, because you never know why you might want something to be in there where it should go for any other reason. So don't get into the habit of skipping out on every little typical thing just because you don't think at the top level it's necessary. You know, this is a layout stud, I believe. Yeah, this is the layout stud. And so again, you take him out of there because this is all so, it looks like such a waste of lumber to the layperson. So you take him out and you're going along screwing in drywall, screwing in drywall, screwing in drywall, miss, miss, miss. Oh, damn it, that's the one that we left out here. And then the one down there and the one down there. You'll never remember it. And you'll have all these screw holes that don't pull in, so then you'll be spinning that screw out, and then you'll have a nipple of drywall there where the paper and everything humped up to accommodate the screw going into it. So then there's a nipple, and so then that's always a little spot that has to get mud also and get sanded, and then the edges of the paper are being sanded and everything. Why don't you just always put every single layout stud in? And so if you're careful about your drywall attachment, you'll always get a hold of a stud when you come to do drywall attachment or whatever else you're trying to do. Okay, so these are the things that seem, superfluous or redundant, but we're going to stick to it. And in the case of that over there, I guess, like I say, I'm going to scoot that window hole over. I may leave them there today and just move them another day, just like moving all those. But I'll get the other layout studs in there. That I did now again, or not again, but now we're going with the joists in this direction, so we need blocking. That should have been lying flat the way Ed did it over here after I told him blocking should be flat like that. Again, to maximize then the space through the cavity where things could go. There's no benefit to this. We're looking for a surface area below to get attached to. There's enough there, but we've bottlenecked this and it could screw you. So you just don't, okay? No. Roll up the newspaper and bop you on the nose. Just no, bad, no. The layout in here, we read left to right, so if there are no other factors, right to start with, if there are no other factors, you can go left to right around the room, so butt in the tape measure and pull the layout that way, butt in the tape measure and pull the layout that way. In a lot of spaces, if there are no other factors, the layout starts on your left-hand side and goes to the right. So that's what I'll do here, because I really had no sort of other way to choose it. I did check to see that it wasn't going to put this thing on make people believe that there's a layout stud in there. He's even back away from the surface in there, but all things considered. Also, we're going to want an access panel, like a paint-in super flush mount, attaches to drywall, little access thing, because this is just loose here. But that clean out will be in there, and if you ever need to clean out, you'll be able to pop that off the wall. Same for the ash clean out, I realized. The stud layout did put a stick right there. It's not attached, but we're going to actually want to skip him. Well, excuse me. We'll make a little box, and then off the top of the box, we'll put this guy back on the stud layout. So for all intents and purposes above, he's where he belongs. But we want a rough opening big enough so that we can put an access snap-in plastic paint-in access cover here, and someone can pop that off and clean out the chimney in the future if they want to. We'll put that up. It's going to be a bummer to do this, because this has got a hinged door. So really, the access needs to be down below that, so when you take it away, the door may hinge open. You would never leave the raw opening here to let the ashes fall in behind the wall and start a fire. So you want that door to swing, and so then you're so close to the floor, the baseboard, if you use it in here, is going to have to be notched for that access if you're all the time, using that thing, which is too bad. And that's just a factor of, we don't do these all the time. Not a lot of people have a real fireplace anymore. And I might have said put it in the next block up. But when you're working here, if you go back in the series and remember you're standing here a foot lower on the stone or whatever, and it just seems awfully high. But it won't be the end of the world here. In fact, some of these things I may just fly right over with drywall and not cut the access hole through, because I frankly don't think that they're ever going to be trying to have a real fire here. And if they really need, if you're going to build up a foot of ash in there or two before you clean it out or whatever, then it'll be, forever. I don't think they're going to have any clogs in the plumbing here either. There's going to need to be an access panel here for the other clean out. That one down there will be right there too. And so it's like, I don't think the plumbing's ever going to need to be snaked. But the thing is, if it does, nobody knows then or remembers that those are there. And, you know, they have the chance cutting into a finished wall to try to discover if there is such a thing. So I'll probably put the plumbing ones in. I'll probably end up doing that one there too. I don't know. Blathering on and on and on. Let's continue over here, I guess, for now. Try to stay on topic. All right, big Friday time now. Getting here late again. Had more errands I had to do this morning, but Ed's been here already getting the end of the pod cleared out. I'm going to try to do as much exterior wall as I can, which means I've come to the end of what has a plate that we can commit to. Over here, I want to work on the floor a little bit more, and this foam's in my way. And in the alcove, I haven't got the ceiling, I haven't got a plate on the ceiling. On this side, we've got the panel in the way of doing anything with a plate, but I could go as far as the window
So there's a pretty good chance here that I'm going to put that much plate in and then just do the rest of it at another point in time. I don't want to do that all over the place here, but I can't pull that panel down or really move it or anything by myself, and the power's still on, I think I mentioned. So I still want to fill in over here. I kind of want to get all the windows knocked out. That's another way of putting it. Which means I do actually have to finish plating over there to get those windows framed in here. Lots of stuff to do, but I'll avoid the alcove and stuff for now also. But anyway, the first place I'll work is over here now, because this has got a plate on the floor and the fewest amount of problems putting a plate up here that there could be. However, you notice the old plate kind of cups up and off of the new sill plate. And so when I put blocks up there, they'll go down onto it, but it may steer them up. I may have trouble, and if I pull the block back down to flush with this here, it's still going to be kind of going uphill to get to the top corner of that cup up there, meaning that it's going to steer our plate if I were to attach it tightly. So I'm going to basically throw one block across at this end and one at this end, which are the lesser of the worst areas in the middle. So I'm just going to put it up on the two ends. It may hang there very slightly, but then at that point, whatever the dimension of those two studs are, I'll probably take an average or something. You basically use the dimensions of those two locations to fill in the rest of the studs and put, I guess to start with, put the kings for the window in. Or I could put in the kings for the window and steer it straight from a bow down and get those under it, basically using the laser to establish whether it's sagging down, and then cut the right length to steer it upward. And essentially, once it's all filled in with the layout, it doesn't necessarily need blocking across the top. However, the top plate at that point will be controlled on all, at least a couple of kings in the middle, and then I'll block it after that rather than before, if that makes any sense. So we'll move some order of operations around that we're free to do, where you can block and put a plate up before you put any studs in. Well, that's great, because it holds the plate right essentially where it should be. Whereas in this case, we'll hold it briefly while we put the studs in that we want, that will hold it right where it should be, and then we'll apply a plate to it. The thing is, then it can sit. If the block has got a gap beneath it before the top plate, rather than pulling the top plate up to the block, it'll just go up through, jump through the gap, and grab that block, and it'll control the wall's stability and rigidity without steering the twist into the top plate of the wall. That's my plan there. And then maybe enough plate over there, like I said, to go past that window, and hopefully another half a dozen sheets of foam, at least 4 or 5, will get us through what's here and a couple more sheets below. And then I know I could do it now, but then I'll probably be all right with steering this pile over into that area and getting these plates right on the floor and some plates on the ceiling, and then trying to fill those windows and stuff in. If I could get that done today, that'd be sweet. I see more and more now that because our plumbing drains are very close, but that's also where the water supply is going to go, to those areas. So we've got water supply plumbing to do up and down the middle of the basement layout on this beam, and we've got heat and HVAC to do to get down this and then branch out to either side. So eventually, and we got the stairway to build, and that'll be next week that we get into the stairs at least. But I'm beginning to see that at some point here, after the framing is done, the workshop area is going to be over in here. It's probably going to go down this wall, skip the egress because we are coming and going there, and go through here and over to here, and possibly even here and there against the bathroom wall some, with a lane to work, because that leaves us free to lay out heating and plumbing and gas line and a hot water tank and all of that work. And I don't know that we're going to be over here. There's also not a lot of existing electricity over here, right? Nothing in this, almost nothing in this room upstairs apparently, except for that thing there. So just less likely to need ladders here and have workbenches and crap like that being in our way. We'll get the miter saw moved in here and whatever. So this is going to turn into the workshop, I think, eventually. So anyway, let's get as much framing as we can on the exterior wall done today. I'd like to cap this video, and that's kind of what I'm making it about, if you've been able to catch it in and amongst my other rambling.
All right, let's get to work over here. I got this stuff slid up against the wall and vacuumed this area kind of out. But remember to get taped all the way around here to start with. We'll roll our blocks over and shoot them up. We'll put the ceiling plates up based on the floor plates. And then we'll frame up 1, 2, 3, 4 window openings. And slam those in. And then we'll pick a layout and put that on the floor plate, just as I'll leave a layout on the floor plate over there, and that'll be enough for Ed to finish and fill in all the cripples and jacks, sill jacks, and full length studs on a layout. And if I can get this done in here to the point where there's a layout waiting for it to be filled in and around the corner, I guess. And while I'm at it, I may as well do this wall as layout and throw that ceiling plate up. Then we'll see where we are. I don't really want to start filling in that layout, even though I'd like to see it in there. We've got to scoot that one over too. He can do that. I mean, that'll give Ed a couple days worth of farting around next week. Labor Day, Monday, I'm off, so we got a short week next week. The alcove will have to be done too. But if I can get this far, I'm going to start building stairs next week as well. And then we'll get the workshop moved over here. But yeah, let's see how far we can get over here. All right, don't be scared to break out a bunch of tape measures ever just to do a bunch of checks. This is the way my brain works, I guess. Sometimes I ought to be like this for a lot of other construction professionals, carpenters or whatever. You can run all around and try to keep this in your head using the same tape, but my priority here was a nice big triangle. So this is 3, so it's a 6 foot by 8 foot by 10 foot triangle, or a 3, 4, 5. I'm at 6 feet right here on this little line with the inside surface of my tape. We come right through the 8 foot mark with the 10 foot mark on this tape, believe me. So that makes that perfectly 90 degrees. However, I want to make sure that I have what I need here before I go committing to everything. So I measured the distance from the face of that plate down there, and it was 159 1/4 when this is 5 inches. Like we said, we wanted a minimum 1.5 inches off this concrete back here, so it went to 5. So I went to 5 inches down here, but when I measured across the room, I was at 159 3/4. So I had to move this out 1/2 inch. So there's an extra 1/2 inch back here, and again, this is what's been happening everywhere. But now we're at 159 1/4 from that face of that plate, which is perfectly parallel to that plate. And so we've got, and then I wanted to check this for square. So I threw the T-square in here, which is the longest sort of piece of hardware that I have that has a good squareness to it. First I've got the 12-inch speed, then I've got the regular old red Carpenters, and then this is the longest guy. He's 6 inches on that leg, so I pulled the last tape I had here out to make sure we're 6 inches from here to there, which we are, which means that, you know, rather than doing 3, 4, 5 here, we just did that. And so now I can be fairly certain. And then this, if you remember, I measured him to that plate over there, but I also measured his side to this plate here and dialed him in. So when we get all done here, I can use Carpenter's square on this and Carpenter's square on the outside corner and inside corner to install that last little leg. And I'll know at that time what length to cut, which because of the way I was going to button past the corners, this is the order that I worked in. Otherwise, you could put a leg back there to 1.5 inches off the end of that wall and square it, and then try to swing past it with the end of this, which is a little bit harder to do because if it's cut square, you kind of have to have the perfect length. So bear that in mind. I left myself long to there because I know I can just fill in the last little segment. And this will be the way that I want to do. You know, that way when I copy this button pass to the upper plate layout, well, this is the long one, which is okay because he just goes a little bit farther past this block, and that's nice and rigid. And then this is cut back from there, so rather than going from here way over there and having more of a leg, which isn't a big deal, but it's a shorter leg, which is nearer to this last point of being fastened, which just makes that more rigid without having to have a block on it. So I've just a little bit of forethought to some degree here. So I'm happy with those two pieces. Let's go ahead, and he was screwed at that end too, so sometimes I knew that was where I wanted to be down there, so I'll pivot around that one screw rather than trying to move things and jostling that apart there. So I'll put like one in the middle, one a little bit from that end, then I'll divide that to put those screws in. I'll throw one in from here, one in from there, and then one right in the middle there, and then just a pair over here, and then we'll copy their lengths and come up and put the first one up on the ceiling here, and then the last couple, and then I'm actually on the ceiling to fill in this corner over to there. Then that'll be based on that, make sure that comes in right, and then we can get our windows in there. Well, I was working here with the square, like I was saying, the inside corner, outside corner. I forgot that I left this long to be cut off wherever this belongs here. But I wasn't able to create square here and there, so I kept trying to figure out, have I compounded error all the way around the corner? It shouldn't be the case. We just made sure that this is parallel to the plate behind us, and like I said, I made sure to the extent that I thought I did, I made that parallel to that plate. But if you look at this more closely, like I started to see the way the square was rocking, I can see that this 2x4 goes, peels off like that. You can get down on your hands and knees and look at it too. More importantly, we're at about 139 right there. We're at 138 and like 15/16 here, which is good enough. And that's, so I chose this as like, it's screwed there. The next time that it's screwed is down at the end here. So it's screwed here, it's screwed here, and again, it maintains that distance, and then it peels away. As you can see, we're at 139 and almost a half of an inch here. We got to come back a half of an inch there. So I can unscrew this, and then I'll turn my quick grip around, and I'll use it to push and force this over until I'm getting the same, basically 139 right here, and then I will, actually it'll be enough where I can take the screw out, push it, and then re-drill through that old screw hole in the wood and into a new area of the concrete, and then run a screw back in, and no one will ever know. I won't tell anybody, you won't tell anybody, it'll be our little secret. So let's get that much done here, and then keep moving. Well, I can tell you that 3-plane laser is one hell of a time saver when you're working by yourself. Even with a bunch of people, just awesome to see all the information you need coming from one place, where you can set up and walk away. So, as you can see, that allowed me to throw these plates up pretty quick and easy. Ed had the blocking ready-made and up there, which is also super handy. As long as we're light on the outside corner of all of this, I know that we'll have as much, if not more, room behind it for the foam than we need. So now it's just a question of throwing some kings on. Yeah, this is twisted, you can see this goes up and then, again, the parallax isn't helping me out here, but this is for real, not square. It's tipped out like that toward the top, and then it swings into straight. This is similar. I just, I watched them form this up when they did it, and really it needs to have plywood on both sides of it, or at least one side of it, the way that the window plugs had, because it's just impossible to control all the aspects of it by just putting a couple pieces of wood in the forms. And the people that form and pour concrete, I mean, most of the kids on that crew that are younger than me have basically only helped out once or twice on other aspects of construction, or maybe had a job for a year or something doing other aspects of construction, and probably found their way to concrete. No offense, because it is less detail oriented than everything else, kind of. Even though it shouldn't be. Most of their work here was sort of, based on one level with getting the form boards up, or just assembling the molds and disassembling the molds, So you really haven't got a bunch of people here that have got a real sharp mind on what all is going to make a big difference through the course of the whole project the way that I've got. And I was just a little bit reserved about getting right in there to measure and check stuff and start telling people how I want stuff to be done. The one thing I'd never supervised and been in charge of is a concrete wall pour. So I was, concerned about making a fool out of myself, basically, and being overly critical of stuff and making problems for others. However, I have had an education here, and you better believe I'll be even more on top of it next time. Nothing we can't work with here, but anyway, that's the state of that situation. I think this is going to be just as I had hoped, in that by the time that you see three-dimensionally, I needed a lot out of this 2x4, so it wasn't worth even trying to cut a circle. Obviously wouldn't have made it. However, the plane of it across the front just barely dips underneath that radius before, like a square sheet of drywall that was to this level would just need a little scallop out of it to meet, and then the ceiling will need a little bit more here. But I think if we're careful, I haven't got this all glued up or anything yet either, but I can certainly shorten the stem going to the flange and then roll it up even higher when it gets to be that point where we're gluing everything in permanent. Or reef the shit out of it if it's been glued already. We'll see. Anyway, just got to get it to clear the plane of the drywall enough so that... And we're certainly not coming back to do ceiling drywall anyway. It'll be there for some time exposed, but I don't want it to be in the way of somebody who may want to finish this ceiling right to the surface of these studs someday, which isn't, goes with everything else. We won't have anything hanging down below that unless it's the HVAC ductwork that runs at 90 degrees to the joists. Well, we can't cut them all off to accommodate it, so we end up below it, and that's why we go over next to the beam with it, because the beam's already hanging down to that extent. So we hang the ductwork. It's also right down the center line of things. It's the main arterial sort of area where we can branch off of. And after that plane, we've even got a cavity in here that will work as a chase to send hot water and probably not electricity, but different water lines, mains and stuff up and down that, probably coming from the water main out there to wherever the hot water tank is in here somewhere, and then from the hot water tank back along the main sort of route in the house where we branch off to different equipment, probably, at least because again we're going to come and go to the floor someday, so you're going to want to be able to get through there. Anyway, thinking about all of that, but in general, time to fill in these window holes. Like I was saying here, I may skip that. I do these other ones that are more fundamentally like the ones I've been doing. Leave this one for the end here today and see how I feel about it when I get there. I don't want to get too slowed down, bogged down, hung up and irritated with it and have it take the wind out of my sails on completing the rest of these. So yeah, let's get these 1, 2. I guess there is just 2. I don't know why I thought there were more here. 2 to knock out there and then get a layout on the floor plate and then see what time it is here. Well, there you have it. I got most of the anchor work done. The work that, has to exist most importantly. And then just putting in the layout is a matter of just following the lines. There's random old wire and stuff that I cut out of the way. I went with the width on this rough opening. I expect it's 29, so I expect the window unit is 28. But see, the thing about an egress window is that it has to be no higher than a certain amount from the floor to, I'm not quite sure, the rough opening or the face of the jamb. But also, when I went back and looked at what we spec'd out, it's shorter by 8, 10, or maybe even 12 inches than this overall hole. So I didn't want to take the sill up because we're moving away from what I think it ends up needing to be for egress. I think we had a transom unit on top of it or something. I'm not quite sure. Again, it's an egress window, and if anything, we've got shorter than 8 feet inside wall height here. And so most egress window units, you would think, if they were snug to the top of a 8-foot wall, would be very close to meeting code. And so I don't know exactly what's going on, and it's obviously late Friday. It's after 7, I think. I just hung out late to get to a certain point here. So I don't know. This sill location may change. Obviously, the concrete isn't level. I've got to look again at what all's necessary. And of course, we've got the old sill plate there. I think we were going to add a layer. I added this layer. I guess, long story short, not enough data to, lock that in. The top and bottom plates are here, so the problem is getting foam to stand up without some studs there, so that's all something that Ed can putter with. We're going to leave this area available, like I said, for the electrical project and the masonry. But the rest of this he can take a stab at. We got to get the plate on the ceiling in here, which I'll probably start with Tuesday. I did a little cleanup, which is always nice to come back to a kind of a cleaned up, organized job site. Take the battery off the charger. I guess we won't leave that all weekend long. So, emptied the vacuum cleaner. I'm trying to get Ed to run this. I'm trying to get into the habit too. I just got this foot switch. It's another thing I could make an Amazon affiliate link, but I won't. I just got it from Amazon. And that's nice to have on the site. I'm thinking about what window wells outside. I don't know if I love this hemisphere one. I kind of like the sort of trapezoid, which is going to be what the shape of the egress window is. And this is like real little detail stuff, but still thinking about that and where to get them from. But I'm not going to wrap this video up just yet. Hang in there. This one may be a real long one. I don't know. I've been going on and on, probably 6 half dozen or more times, just pontificating for 10, 20, 30 minutes at a time. I never know. Anyway, we're going to keep going here until we've essentially finished up the exterior wall and even these interior wall, basically all the framing. That's, something I want to finish and then pack up like the miter saw and all this other stuff that doesn't need to be here and get it back out of here. We just need more room. And I want to make a good demonstration of how you want to finish up one step before going on to the next. We got into a bit of a log jam here with the foam being here, laying on the floor, Ed being itchy to get things done. I heard tell of a bunch of people coming to help. We obviously didn't see anybody, but I wanted to be in a position where I had plenty of stuff to hand out to people to do. That really didn't happen. I had all kinds of stuff going on personally this week. I missed all kinds of time as I had to do errands and be places and sign things and whatever. So I don't think I've had a full work week, 40 hours or more on this job in maybe a month or more, just because I got to do other things. The other thing about a project like this is like I'm a GC, I'm on the site a lot, but I'm also at my desk, I'm running around, I'm taking calls. So there's been work happening off the site on this project also, but we're going to lock somebody in for that septic and sewer and water rebuild. Septic is a tank that you have on your own property. Sewer is municipal, and it's a line that goes to the local treatment plant. This is a village. This has a sewer. We're going to rebuild the sewer and the water, and then we'll do all this site work that I was blathering about earlier in the video. So that's going to be probably the next one, unless I just make a shorty out of making the stairs here. I don't know. Maybe the stairs will be on here with the rest of the wall framing. Not quite sure yet. Never quite know. Probably shouldn't have said anything. All right, back next week.
All right, Ed was saying he knocked a bunch of stuff out this weekend. I'm sure he was tired, but we were missing a jack here, we're missing a jack here, and I got the insulation so we can make some slips of it to put in these outside corners before they get boxed in like that and you can't get anything in there. So we've got that ability to lock those up now. Most of the tops of stuff aren't attached, and I forgot to leave him a layout on the floor. I wish he would have called me. I would have just said pull it from the left-hand side, which is what I'm going to do now. I'll also put the plates up on the ceiling in the alcove, and then he can continue to fill in with foam and studs. And then I'm going to get into the stairs. I believe I need 36 inches from the finished wall to the face of the riser, but I don't know whether that's framing to... I don't know what exactly, if it's from the drywall to whatever's going to be on the face of this riser. If it gets, I'm going to try and build stairs that can be clad to dress them up in the future, which I think means I need 11-foot tread depth without a nose for right now. I can't say, it's a 10-inch tread depth with no nose, because in the future someone could put 11-inch cap on it to finish the stairway. It's difficult. So that would mean I would put the surface of the top step flush with the subfloor up there. Or no, I'm sorry, the subfloor would be the next step, and the surface of the first step down would be the correct step thickness from subfloor to the surface of that stair. That would be how everything was calculated. So if someone put 3/4 of an inch on all of the stairs, hardwood plywood or even just hardwood tread covers, you'd have a 3/4 of an inch taller stair at the bottom from the concrete, which you could be additive to the flooring down here and would help that. And you'd have a step that's 3/4 of an inch shy to the subfloor upstairs, but again, finished floor helps you with that again. And so that's how you would want to build that. I think that's on the docket. Because I think mostly because I want to enclose the risers in any case. If I'm enclosing the riser, that's quite a solid stairway to build and then just replaced in the future. However, you still wouldn't kick yourself for just pulling it down and replacing it with custom built stairs made of hardwood. But if you wanted to be cheap, since and the reason I'm enclosing the riser is because we intend to frame it underneath and have a closet below. And so then doing that way, it's a solid option to clad it rather to rip it out and replace it. But if you were going to rip it out and replace it, it also isn't something you're going to really cry about. So it's a nice way to split the decision making on that. If you know you're going to have somebody come and put a finished set of stairs in, well then you at this point phone that in or had phoned it in a while ago, and it's it comes over and it's installed, and then you can build up to it. Or they may tell you you'd rather they frame. They would rather that you frame the opening and everything that's going to be framing, and it should come in and land on that. It depends on what you're going to do. I think it's still not setting in on these folks that this is going to be 100% finished addition to their home, and so they have hardwood stairs upstairs. You may like to have them hardwood in the future. I think it's definitely dawned on them that we don't want to spend that kind of money right now. But on their behalf, I'm thinking that it makes the most sense to do the stairs in a way that can be clad. I got to talk to the town specifically and say, we want to build something that can be clad in the future, which would create a nose. But for right now, it wouldn't have a nose. But in the future, if you make me build it, so the thing is, if it's no nose now, it usually has to be a tread depth of 11. And then you come to put a cap on there. And I guess if you cover the riser, you take 3/4 of an inch if you choose to use a heavy riser cover. And so you're down to an inch or 10 1/4 inches. And then you could put 11-inch covers on the tread, and you've got a 3/4 inch nose. However, then you're putting a riser cover. It's got to be drawn on the stair that's below, and so then that new overhang is over that. So we got to draw this thing out. Anyway, I'm just mentioning that stuff there. But first, let's get the plate, and then we'll get over onto the stair project. I've also got to get the laser, like I was talking about before, measure to the laser line from over where we think we're going to land, and from the room floor upstairs down, and get the true elevation regardless of any whoops in the concrete that would bring us in too high or too low over here. You really want to get
an actual elevation from where the last step is going to land and touch the earth, and where the, top one is going to be, regardless of anything underneath of it. It basically exists in a bubble. Those are the two hard features, just because the stair occupies the airspace of all this floor over here. This measurement over here may not necessarily be the same as this measurement here, again, due to the floor having whoops in it, which concrete kind of often does, especially when you're working to, like this wall was here, and so then we didn't bull float right through here. We don't have a big ocean of area that we floated out and that could relax of its own accord. It was sort of humped up against this wall all around. So it's really likely that on your way toward the base of this wall, for the last couple of feet anyway, it may be a little high. In the same way that it's a touch high around the shower and the sump crock over here, which is too bad because really you want it to be low, but you end up getting squeezed, and the material is, this is the last place that they poured, I think. No, I guess we went that way, but still. Concrete isn't like water. You can kind of get it to hump up quite a bit, and so there's some of that going on in here. Blah, 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 whatever. Let's get the plate in the alcove and then move on. Okay, I did a quick little sketch here of the current floor plate and a stud over here, and the distance from that to the face of the subfloor boards that we left long and original, not this nose and all that crap, but basically the wood, to the face of that, and then back to the face of the untrimmed joist here. And then I've got to the face of the beam, which is about as far back as I can trim that joist and attach and start headed down. In fact, I don't want to be anywhere near that. The more of that I can take, the better. And I got to get that distance to the wall as well. And then I've got from roundabout where the stairs is, you can't be way over, this is not the scale, but for example, I don't want to be 2 or 3 feet off the wall approximately over here, and then I will come down where this is stacked, where the subfloor is stacked on the joist and stacked on the beam, not out here where it's wangling around, but tight to there. I'm going to measure down to my laser, and I'll measure up to my laser over here, and I'll add those two things, and this will be the number that I put here, because in the CAD space I'll start with a perfect rectangle and a perfect level floor, and we'll design this as though the floor elevation here was perfectly level, since the computer is perfect, but then it'll ultimately fit here because we've checked that. So you watch me use the 3-plane laser to get those locations, and you'll be seeing me step away to just jot them down, and that's akin to doing like the site measure that you need to do for any given set of stairs. There's more parameters than that, like if you're going to be, we also got to know the width and everything too, but that's something I can work out in the field, I think. So let's get those. Okay, I got, I need to get those to add. I added a few dimensions here. I went from the face of the beam
to the left-hand edge of that pole just to see how much beyond the wall that I know we're committed to. The stairway will ultimately hang out beyond, just to get a few more pieces of accurate information into the cross-section drawing. And I got the bottom edge of the beam to the floor over here that's the upper dimension and the lower. And I was using the phone, and I'm not going to add. Even as simple as things get, I always add with the calculator so that I don't make a silly error. Almost always anyway. So let's go back to the shop. We got to stop off at the building department and talk to them about building to be able to clad the stairs and whether we have to make it so that they can meet code at that time or probably have to meet code now. I mean, however we're going to leave it is how it has to meet current code. So I'm going to have to think about all of that. And then we'll go and we'll draw it out in CAD, put the features in that we have, and massage out the overall length versus the overall height. We'll see where we have to cut. I'll start by building it right to what we've got for a landing, since it's what people remember, it's what they're familiar with, it's what exists there already, et cetera, and see how close it puts us to the wall, and then start looking at, well, how far back could we go easily, and, because you've got the height of the stringer, and then I want to frame underneath that. And so I really don't want to back the stringer up into this pocket up in there if I can help it. We've also got to have 36 inches of width. I believe we have to stay the full width of the face of this framing beam to the face of that framing beam. That has to kind of be the full width of the stair. Inside, stepping in from the stringer, but the stringer has to be applied to that. I don't think we can make this any narrower. So let's go see what we got. All right, so I came home and translated this into CAD space, which just allows me to assign everything the value that we think we want, and lock those things in and drive things like the distance from the wall down here, which continues to remain a small font, even though I'm trying to zoom in on it so you can read it. We've got 39 inches here from the framed surface. Obviously 38 and a half once we put a ½ inch of drywall on there. And we've got minimum rise and run that we need to pay attention to, but we also need to be aware of how we're constructing this. In this case, the tread 1.5 inch material will lie flat, and the stringer will go 1.5 inches deeper, and the riser will slide in behind it, and so we'll end up with a riser tucked behind a tread in each case. Because the thing is, you got to think about how we're going to manufacture this. If I keep all of these treads at 9.25 or 9.25 inches wide, well, then I can just cross-cut 2x10s, which are 9.25 inches wide, and lay them across there. I haven't got to do any custom ripping. And I started with 7.25 for the rise, because that's the height of a 2x8. Wouldn't it be great to use 2x10 and 2x8 just in this way, just without any custom ripping, and have the stairs add up correctly? Well, honestly, they would add up a ½ inch too deep. And so they would sit in here cocked up, or we would have a stair that was 6.75 inches step at the bottom here, and the rest of them, or somewhere in there, either at the bottom or the top, which is undesirable to have a stair that significantly different than the rest of them. And currently we're at, that's a 3/4 inch thickness there for the subfloor, and the first step from the surface of the subfloor to the surface of the first step is 7.214, which is at the back on the stringer, but also again at the front, step to step. And so we're at 7.214 for every single step, all the way down to the bottom where we're at 7.27, which is still that small amount of difference or discrepancy that we're going to end up having here, because the overall 101 doesn't divide easily 14 times. To make one fewer step, they'd all be widely too tall. To make one greater step, they'd all be widely too short. And so I also slid us way the hell back to where essentially the edge of the subfloor is going to be trimmed flush with the side of the beam. This is the I-beam right here, its dimension. So we're going to come and trim the subfloor back. However, more importantly, the stringer will hang in a wall that comes down here past to a certain point. And And so then we'll be able to get underneath that side of the stairwell too and support it out into the middle, which was kind of bowing. So all things considered, we haven't got to lace or fit the top of the stringer around anything. Everything's an equal step. It's about as happy joy as we can get. And we're heavy by a couple of inches here. We needed 36 inches of space here. And so if someone adds to the floor, they can add to every tread. They can put a bullnose overhang. They can cover the riser face. And with a little bit of finished flooring upstairs of some kind, if they tile, it's a kitchen, so it's likely that someone might want tile in the future or a nice plank. Currently it has linoleum, just about the thinnest floor covering you can get. So to do it this way, you can clad these stairs, or you could leave them as they are forever. You could throw them away and replace them with some other type of stairs, and you won't sweat the cost involved here. I didn't put a lot of time and effort into this, just enough to make sure it was worth it. I represent the stringer here. There's the top 2x12 here, drawn in at 11 1/4 here, and obviously the point of every stringer is right on the edge, and that puts the back of it here. And so now I'm going to get into a drawing space, and I can put the actual dimensions in fractional inches. So 7 3/16 of an inch is very close. I think it's close. I think it's more like 5/16. What is that? 3/16 is 6/32, so I think it's like 5/32. Or 7/32. I forget what side of. I think it's 3/16 is 0.1875, so you're going to want 0.21, so you're going to want 7/32 is a closer measurement. But we're working with dimensional lumber. It's got a round on the corners, so we're going to do a light 7 1/4. We're going to take a skosh off of every one of the 2x8s I used to build this. I'd like to set up a table saw so that they've all got a skosh taken off of them the same amount. We'll just pass them all through the saw. So that's a good question. If I go over there, I basically can't put the risers in. And if I can't put the risers in, I can't put the treads on. But I certainly could lay out the stringers, cut and install them, to indicate. And I could cut this landing subfloor back and the joist back to flush here. If you remember, they're overhanging, and I can make the stringers today and set them up, which will be great visual progress. And then I can put, I guess, all the 2x8s are still lying on the ground outside, so I can walk them over, set them on the car, and get a hand bringing them home and putting them through the table saw. We'll come up with an amount to put them through there. After I make the stringer, I can more accurately measure the total height that I left myself. So that's how we'll probably do it today. Let's get this thing printed and get back to the site and make the stringers, get the landing cut back, see if we can't get to the end of the day, which is coming up pretty quick here. What happened? Can't read the clock on the phone? That's not happening in real life. That is weird. Very weird. Anyway, a couple 2.5 hours before we're done for today. Let's see how far we can get. All right, we're back on the job site, and at 39 inches from the framing, and 36 minimum to the drywall, means that we could only ever squeeze this 2.5 inches. So rather than our last face of our last step up being flush with the side of this beam, meaning that we cut the ends of these joists 1.5 inches back from this face and apply a 2x8, capping that right across the front, and then we slice off the subfloor flush with that, which would be how I go about doing that. It means we could go with 2.5 inch more of a landing if we stuck to 36 to the drywall here. So rather than cutting it back at 1.5 inches, we could cut it ahead of there by whatever, an inch, and we gain 2.5 inches worth at the top. And then finally, the minimum tread depth, rather than 9 1/4, we could go down to 9 inches. And so over 14 steps, we could save, 3.5 inches worth of run, for a total of 2.5 and 3.5 is 6, which means that if we stuck to the 36-inch minimum here, if that was our goal, that we could have a 6-inch landing beyond the face of this before the stairs came down. But if you recall, we moved this beam over, so right to start with, the stack, this is the cavity that the heating duct went up inside the wall. To start with, this face is already, if this is 4, it's already 5 inches or so, at least 4.5 from the jamb. And so if we add 6, being additive is being additive. However, this 36-inch minimum down here, that's what I kind of want to do, is just actually show it on the floor. It is tight. It's real tight. 36
is at the front of my tape. So we'll go to 36 and a half since we're going to have, I don't know whether for visualization purposes. This is a tight lane. It's not something that you can pass someone. Handy. It's going to be unhandy in a variety of ways. I don't think there's any benefit to having more step in this space once you come through the doorway. So long story short, we're going to stick to not ripping the 2x10 that's laying outside to make our tread tops. We're going to get, this is the 2x12 that I brought in. To start with, we're going to get most of it out of my way, which is this dimension here, 150 and 7/16. We'll cut them together at that length. We're going to trust our CAD. And then we'll start working off of that to be smaller and smaller. I'll probably either use the other ladder or this ladder. I'm going to set one end of these on the windowsill over there. I'm going to come over in this direction with the other end of them. I'm going to line them up and probably either screw them together. I was going to clamp them, but I'll probably screw them. I don't know. We'll see. The clamps get in the way of sliding the square with the stair stuff on it. So then we'll get the square set up with the little stair guides on there, and we'll lay these out. We'll double check our measurements, because using the stair guides on the square is then it's all of a sudden relative to the actual wood piece and the thickness of the pencil line and whatever else. So, you know, sometimes I can measure this type of a thing, and I could actually get a dimension between this point of this stair and this point of this stair and start pulling that down here, and I could make those marks on this 2x12 and then put the little step locations on there, which I could still do if I know 9 1/4 by 7 3/16. I can get my hypotenuse using Pythagorean theorem, and my hypotenuse is the dimension that I could tick mark down the side of this lumber just to check my work, so I'm not just going stair guide for 17 places and starting at the line width that I left behind me and putting a new line width on. By the time I get to the other end, I've likely compounded a lot of error, so I realize now I probably should have thrown that on the CAD. But as you can see, printing it on the only size that I can print in my office right now, the numbers are already so big that it gets pretty convoluted. So I'll do maybe some quick math there, that won't hurt. Put those on. But anyway, we're going to work in this area. I'll buckle you guys in. We'll make up those stringers, and I should be able to slide. The stringer comes up to just shy of the top surface of the beam. So, and the beam is represented as coming and including the top plate there. So essentially that's one of the two stringers that I make today can install right up here and stick to this wall and be screwed in, just temporary, because we got to add some thickness to this wall. Where do we got to add? We got to add from here to there. But I can throw it on there temporarily and put the other one over on this side temporary, and we'll leave today with the stringers sitting in place, which will look real good. And we'll get a little Instagram photograph there. I'll leave the fucking saw probably right underneath there. And then tomorrow we'll rip up the treads, or excuse me, rip up the risers and put the treads on. Today I might even cross cut a bunch of treads. And yeah, you know what? If I throw the stringers up to look at, I'll make a bunch of treads at 36 inches because that's our distance here, and I'll set them all on there just to rough it in, and I'll have to leave a little sign, do not step. But it's just always nice to see that progress. All right, let's get into it. All right, I got stuff cleaned out from underneath, and I got these setting in place. That's wild. There's a couple sneaky little holes. Where is it? There's one, two. And you could probably get this one out of there if you really tried. So I've been thinking about what to do about the cat situation, and you know, part of them being able to move home again are the windows and stuff being installed, the stairs being in here, and the litter boxes being somewhere downstairs here, because the cats are going to need to go to the bathroom. Are they going to love me being here working, banging, slamming, running tools? I don't know, but the cats are going to need to come downstairs and use the litter box, which is where I think they were used to going before. I don't know if they'll put something upstairs or not, but there was also a litter problem here, because it's just not handy to sort of get into the routine of that. And so I'm considering a certain amount of stairs here flipping up and walling off the usable headroom here, you know, if we're going to try to have the radiant heat and stuff. I mean, underneath the stairs to like here to like there is all the real, you know, usable headroom. You could slide a couple totes in this far, but at that point you really start to lose stuff, and vacuuming and everything behind that, it starts to become too much. So if I were to just wall this off, I mean, basically right where this post is, that would also carry the other ends of these stringers. So there could be a knee wall in here that those stringers stop on, and then the rest of them could be cut off, and that whole thing could either swing up, or they could stay, and the surface of everything could flip up and out of the way. So you'd want to have a gas shock to assist. Once it's unlatched, it opens up like that, and you could couple litter boxes here, a box or a bag of, you know, more litter, or room enough for two of them here so they could be set there, and then either a hole into this end, that end, or both. And beyond that, over to here, the little mats that catch all the litter, so the cats can come on in one of two or whatever ways, go in and out of one or two litter boxes here, have some litter storage in between the two, and have the whole thing so that you can swing this whole thing up and out of your way here, and you could stand here and work to do whatever. You could vacuum, sweep it all out, and then that stuff would sit back down again and stop on maybe some rubber bumpers or whatever, and everything's good to go here. You know, it's easy enough to swing it up, do the scoopies, the poopies into a garbage, sit it down and go right upstairs with everything. I think that's worth exploring here, but obviously not going to add that on and charge for tricky stuff like that. It'll have to be something I do as a gift at the end, but, you know, which is to say, I will have to do it here at some point. I can't glue and screw the stairs all together again and come back and invent something like that. I'm going to have that thing in mind to some extent, and just keep track of the time in it and take that time off of my invoices so that it ends up being a gift, because I just don't think that type of thing has much merit as there is in doing that. I don't think I could, you know, convince somebody that it was worth having me do. They'll just, you know, tell themselves that they'll would have gotten to it without it, and I just know that they're not going to. There's a lot of things around here that you know, I'm going to handle, because if I walk away, it'll stay there and be unfinished forever. So there's an aspect to that, but most importantly, the town requires that we complete things to a certain extent, and that will be what we do at a bare minimum. And we will need to cover up all of the walls with drywall and tape them, at least with, you know, paper tape and one course of mud on all the joinery. That'll be where we probably have to leave it here. So anyway, that's in my head now while I'm thinking about putting the stairs together. I was going to lay them down, glue and screw all the treads and riser, you know, covers on, and then set it up as one unit. I think tomorrow I'm going to load up the 2x8s and rip them all to 7 1/8. I think we'll do it. Everything seems to be good enough. 7 1/8 will kind of fit in there, you know, and that's how everybody kind of is here, right? So we'll set the table saw up at 7 1/8 or 7 3/32, a little light of an eighth, and we'll rip up all the 2x8 and we'll bring it back over here tomorrow and chop it up. I'm also thinking that we're gonna add about 2 inches. 1 7/8 to 2 to 3 1/2 is 4 5 1/2, which is a 2x6. And so I'll rip the 2-inch pieces to stick up to this framing, but then we'll just pick up here and start with 2x6 and we'll go to whatever point with 2x6 that we're going to have. I don't think there's any merit to being able to step on the stairs here coming out of this workshop. There might be. You you can't have stairs obscure a doorway. I guess that's the thing. So normally you have to have a certain amount of room after a doorway. So we could have a portal here. I don't think we could bring in a header or a piece of a wall here without running into the fact that we can't have stairs obscure an opening. I'm going to have to double, triple check about that. But if we need to bring the wall over here, we'll do it with 2x6. Yada yada. Battery's running out. So let's get that much done overnight and come back and slam these together tomorrow. Again, just trying to make sure I'm thinking of everything that I can think of before I glue stuff. So we may even hold off on the gluing and just screw everything together for now. And then later it could, one piece at a time, could be unscrewed, working your way from the top down and the bottom up. And just pull a piece up, pump some glue down, and then put the screws back in right where they came from. Maybe that's it. We won't glue anything, but we still have to make some pieces, so hang in there. Whose track? We've been doing our own. Katie had hers this morning. What happened with yours? Yeah.
And that's when he started going, if you keep this up, there's a big chance that athlete is going to go away. Because I've had patients that it's cleared up. And say,
Nowhere near or obese or anything. There's any small amount that's not necessary.
you come down and wait and I can feel it's a lot tighter now because now I have to get my ass in gear and get into the YMCA. Okay, that'll all right. For tying this together, this corner, and I use isn't that true, man? I asked Rick where he's living now.
Yeah.
He never gave me an answer. So. That's interesting. He used to live down in the the little cul-de-sacs down past Warren, behind what's that church? Yeah. He was the town building where he's from. East Main. East Main. Here's now on the left-hand side. The fish. He not married or something? When Rick became a rock star, Rick decided that he would be more fun with his wife. He was actually quite unhealthy back in so yeah, that was a real fun time with the band. We get this detective going. Yeah, we treated him like that place. Yeah. And he never really accepted it. We just enjoyed hanging out with Mamacita. Like the party. We got all kinds of things in as well. I unfortunately am a telling me that they were going to wine me and dine me at the first dinner and then parade in 10 girls for me to pick. Yeah. What the fuck do you do there? You got to work with the people, you can't turn them down. Well, how do you respectfully disrespect them? Well, you're better off. But it never came out, so. you go. I was gonna tell him, well, since I'm a respectable man and I would never harm my wife, I would like to choose her and her. Because I like to watch. Now this. Right. Because I like to watch.
Where's my little oscillating tool?
I don't know. I was using that to clip the white nail.
Okay.
Now, if I was smart, savvy,
Well, everything would be different.
I would do it.
That's how. Oh. I would do a couple.
I'm going to say, help Ed read food. Some of his life savings.
Right.
Oh, can I help? Here's $1.50.
Well, I mean, you just went about it a different way. Some people put all this money in over the ownership and then they borrow against it later when they need it. You guys have avoided borrowing against it.
Well, I see that in our case, that doesn't recognize. Once it's placed in the set, we're sitting on 400.
Well, then it actually is what it should have been all along the way.
Right. But if we need money, yep.
Well, the problem is for the layperson, the house being there with the roof on it and people living in it, everything's all equal, but there's a big difference between, any given place.
I see it as equity. Not equity. That's all it is. Beth sees it emotionally, I see it as equity. Either Beth's in my equity or my kids. Yeah, what I don't want to recreate for my kids is what my parents did with us. Selling 110 acres of land for a net of almost $1 million and it ended up handing these kids like
Where the rest of it go?
my dad treated his house. I don't know, maybe they just paid off the debt.
Right?
I don't know. I pointed out to him, this is when I was nice and self-employed and doing great. Pointed out how I could take that land and sell one of them and then turn it into a developed lot and sell it for
That type of talk, though, I found out, talking like that about the farm that I grew up on, piece of this land, you put the pool over here, you put the pool over there, and the part of it is left with the family, and it's like I got my grandma all geared up, she wanted the whole thing,
days it was forever and ever to the end of time, and it's like, well,
My parents wanted to get out because they knew they couldn't break up land among 50 years, right? So they knew they had to leave this. So they went to Memphis, sell one lot, sell it for like $50,000. There you go. Sold it out, did it at 50 grand. We took it right to Dodge Road. Turned it into a development lot, ready for building. Boom! Now at 85 grand. Now take that 85 grand, we're the Dodge Brothers. Here is money for the first house. Build a house. Yeah, put a house on it. Bam, there's the house. You know, so that's, in other words, just keep it growing exponentially. Right. And we would end up like 3 million and still that happens.
that's what we're trying to do. We've got a couple of apartments renovated and then went to the bank. Or to pull back to the bank. Yeah.
Wife keeps talking about wanting to have foster kids again, or exchange students and stuff. Like, okay, you find programs that provide money to do this, then we'll set up. Hey, we couldn't have before, you know. Right now, we have marriage. We can set our families.
Well, you can always do that.
Well,
I'll probably cut it back, ready, I'll put it on the when I was just avoiding oh, traveling man. Try to get a
Look how everybody thinks that they're from the deep south, because they did some. Southern deep south California. Born on the fire in California.
on out the bayou. Laying in a fucking motherfucking traveling van.
Any words to odd people?
Yeah, Saturday.
Definitely. I didn't really charge yesterday.
I went back and looked at the screen grab that I took when I made the ring. You were sitting there in the garage and I couldn't get through that. I did it online.
Right.
And I did a screen grab right then just to make sure in case there was an issue.
Right.
And so then I had it in my head that it was going to be that Saturday. Because I chose from their available calendar one day.
And they never gave
Well, I went back and looked. It was the ninth all along. So I don't know if I looked at it and didn't realize it was following Saturday. That was all that was available anyway.
Right.
The question remains, and so I put an email out and I said, look, I took the first available over a week prior to our building cycle to get it out of here. And I've got photographs of it empty for our building cycle. And we're just not trying to pay that last building cycle for having it a couple more days just because we really think there's, to get it out of here. So I haven't heard. They're one of these new companies like Google or Facebook or anything like that. If they're in charge of it, they're in charge of it. So I did what I could. The contract. Alright, so due to a lot of factors, you're going to end up with a wall that goes from the beam here to the floor. And it's going to trap your stairway, the stringers will be stuck to it. But the problem that we've got is, while this beam is located real nicely square to the main beam square to the house, this gap here to here goes from 37 and a half to 36 over here. So, in taking a wall and sticking it flush to here so that the drywall can come all the way down, which is how it should be, so that the stairwell doesn't have some weird tear inside. We've got to make the stairs go from 37 and a half to whatever the width is at the end of them. And the tailor set, and just so that the wall can be set based on the beam and the drywall can fly in, and then should cause more complications.
What these two are different, again, clean up the floor. That range of 2/4, about less than half.
Because of the way that somebody built the existing structure. So our choices are to either, or, see that, so either our wall starts 2.5 proud, and our 36-inch stairs fits in there all the way down, and over here in the stairwell, you end up with a shelf that goes to nothing, and that's it. Or we go 37 and a half, and it's the other way around, where there's an overhang like this in the wall all the way, and you this fucking table all the way back to there. So there really is no probably get I gotta look. I think that we can gain like this. This is flush. That's gotta move over, and that's gotta move over. And when you make a lot of that up there, which is what we need to do, flush. I'm gonna have to decide. Otherwise, chase that air, chase it all the way to the edge. Chase it forever.
Yeah, well nailed in here, so you can't just put a jack and push.
No, I mean, it's gotta be, so nothing, so, nailed into this is,
I don't mind if you've got a location where there's like trim strips running, like in the floor running, you know, to hide any variation.
It won't hide
it.
it'll just put a big highlighter on it.
Yeah.
But it makes more problems than you realize, not necessarily all aesthetic problems. So I wanna do what I can while I'm right here. Well, I'm gonna take away that a little bit, see what I can do. Where's that fucking answer? There it is.
Okay, well, I've got to go and get the windows, the glass block windows tomorrow. I got my buddy Don's truck again, since my truck can't act right still. And so I'll be out and about, and I can get a few things here because we've got the cart before the horse. This wall needs to be packed out 1 3/4 inches to accommodate, to account for that LVL that's in there. I've ripped up LVL before to do that project when I had scraps of it around, and we did have some scraps here, but none of them were that thick. They weren't ripped off in that aspect. Why did we end up with LVL rips? I forget. Oh, they were the center because we took, they were the difference between the two widths that we needed out of 1/16 to make two 7 1/4 or whatever. So they're not gonna be in the right aspect. So, 1 3/4 almost makes this 5 1/2. It makes it 5 1/4. So I'd like to play a little jazz with that. We're gonna have to see, because I can, right there is where we've got to be able to smoothly transition with drywall. And so I can disconnect that upper plate and tap it over 1/4 inch. It'll be a little out of plumb because we're committed to the floor, but it'll allow me to add 2 inches and come in flush with the drywall. But then at the floor we'll have the 2 inches that we want, so that we can come on this side. So essentially I'm going to get a treated 2x6, 14 feet long, so he's a treated 2x6 right along here, and then we'll notch him out and we'll take the rest, the little strip of him all the way down, and all the way down past all this stuff and all the way down to there. And this should have been treated, and it could have been a treated 2x6 that hung all the way out into space, one homogeneous piece like that. But again, it's already tricky enough to work around, so we're not going to kick ourselves over that. But once he's on the floor, and that's getting the 2x6 tomorrow, then I can rip up, you know, because we got to add to this one, this one, this one, and the last one there. So we got to have 4 2-inch strips of white lumber to stick onto the face of these, and, well, 5, because we got to put it on the face of the top plate. The bottom plate will have that piece of 2x6. And that'll get us over to where I can screw right from the stringer into that wood. I can make commitments here. I can throw the level on and make sure that this is doing exactly what I want it to. And I can screw it into there, and I can screw it into there, and I can screw it into there, and up there I can screw it in. And once I could go up onto it then and work, then, and I aligned the face of that piece of wood there. It was very close to the seam in some tongue and groove lumber, so I ought to be able to cut right down the middle of these boards, because I don't care about them, right to that seam, and then essentially take one side and the other side out without fighting with them too much, and we'll have the landing taken back right to where it needs to be, and we should be able at that point to go all the way upstairs and all the way back down again. Of course, it needs to be supported by more than that out here. Like I said, I anticipate, I think, walling it off. I'm going to work around this post situation, and it makes the most sense here. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. And that's about where, if we were to wall this off, we've got good space enough in here to do something like I was talking about with the litter box hideaway thing. And that wall will be over here underneath this and supporting it, as well as the stringer coming down to the ground. At that point, I'm feeling really good about the strength here. However, I still think that it's well worth building a wall underneath this beam because it's low, and I'd bring it out to about here then, because even though we're gonna put 2x6s in as studs through here and frame some kind of an opening here for a door into Ed's workshop. But again, as you can see, we've got 38 inches to this step made out of a 2x12, which has a pretty extreme overhang. You know, this is 11 1/4, or excuse me, these are 9 1/4, this is 11 1/4, so it's a full 2-inch overhang. I like the look of an overhang better than the flush step, which is what we intended to build here. These are just the ends of the 2x12 that I made the stringers out of. I was going to build some temporary stairs so we could stop having to use the ladder over here as we get, you know, to where this weekend the guys are going to be maybe coming and going to work on do the mason work. So it wouldn't hurt to make stairs out of those real quick, and because I'm going to have a couple extra steps, 2x10 steps from this stairway based on the lumber that I ordered. So we'll probably stick to making it out flush. I just threw them on there to see when we go to a flush step down here, we gain 2 inches in terms of distance, which makes it easier to put a 36-inch door in here, although I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with that. It's just going to be tight to try and have room to trim it. Probably end up being a 34-inch door, or more likely 32. I hate to go down to 32 just because it's more common. See if I can't find left-hand in-swing 34-inch interior door slab, pre-hung in a jamb. So I should be on the lookout for that. Gotta get that 2x6 tomorrow. We have some white lumber 2x6 laying around here from the temporary walls that were holding this house up in those window well areas. So that's probably what we used for the studs here. I have plenty of 2x4 to rip up to cover the, I don't know if I should say plenty. That's about all we've got. So I can only make one 2-inch rip out of a 3.5, and we need a 2 there. So I almost perfectly calculated the amount of lumber. Although we need this, I guess I was a bit short, and we certainly need that interior wall over there. So maybe I'll check what I need for this and those walls over there, and I'll get some of the, I'll probably get just 2 dozen good looking 2x4s tomorrow. This 2x6 treated. The other thing is, if I were to leave these steps, these treads hanging over like this, then if you take this group 1, 2, 3, 4, and you want to tip it up, the problem is, say this is the one, the upper one that doesn't tip, and the rest of these tip as a group. Well, you can't go to 90 degrees. You can only go to there. Whereas if we build the steps this way, then it can go right up, and it can go up into space at 90 degrees from here. And I think that will allow you, if the gas shock holds it up there, you know, the tread can tip all the way up on a piano hinge, right up and on the face of the, basically like this. And with a gas shock to hold it up, all you got to do is latch it when you're down here. So I'm going to come up with something to latch it that's nicer than one of those little barrel things that are sort of chintzy. You can't do a push to unlatch like a cupboard or anything like that, because every time you step on it, then it'll be trying to come up. So I've yet to have an easy, clean way of that happening. But that just means that I will attach, rather than attaching the riser cover and the tread to the stringer, I'll attach them to each other to make one thing that is all one group like that. And then I'll probably have to make, you know what? I'll make these two into stringers that are the exact same geometry, and for now, if they work over there, so be it. But even if they don't, they'll go in then and be attached to these step surfaces, but they'll be set up on the inside here, and so there'll be a second set of stringers that hold all those together and come to rest. And so essentially there'll be a pair of stringers sitting inside of these longer ones that all these attach to, and create one, you know, unit like that. And then that unit can have a hinge on it, and then all I've got to do is go somewhere, probably on the far side here, from this wall to a ball and socket joint to a gas shock that just closes up tight enough when they're down, and then it's long enough to take these things up to almost to their limit when it extends out. And it'll be a few $100, but it'll be something that I throw in as a thank you to help them have an easy time of taking care of their kitties here and be off on the right foot. And so that's in their future here too. Ed's got the alcove framed, obviously, almost completely. Oh, the gas company brought our gas line in. I'm not psyched about it. We talked about how he could do that for me, and then I showed up today and it had just been done. He had the coated nipple, and he did the hydraulic cement, and everything's right in here, but it's like right where a 2x4 needs to be, and a 2x4 needed to be for this inside corner, which sucks. So I gotta see if this can be cut and threaded in place. I'll have to buy the die to cut what looked like 3/4 inch pipe thread or 1 inch pipe thread. It's probably 3/4. And then spin an elbow on over here so that we can roll over and then up and get into the ceiling, which is probably where we want it. Although I think the hot water tank's gonna end up in here. You can see how small this room ends up getting. This is the same case of what happened at the church, churching it up for my buddy down in Pittsburgh. He had that room he intended to make a laundry room that they had dealt with for so long, uninsulated, unfinished, and I said, you know, you gotta get in there and it needs to be framed and stuff. And so even just squaring that room up kind of like this, where there's some room behind it, by the time you close it all in, it got very, very small. You know, you lose a whole foot in both aspects. You got almost 6 inches to the face of it here with drywall on it, and almost 6 inches to the face of that and over here. And like I say, on a small room, losing a foot in both aspects makes a big difference. But it's starting to shape up. Excited. So I'll get those windows picked up. I think we're going to do a different playlist. This is getting to be pretty long, or a different episode for those, so I'll just mention them, but I probably won't make we probably won't get there before I wrap this video up. I'm going to be done with this video hopefully the end of this week, and they're coming this weekend to do that. So let's get our lumber tomorrow and get back here and get this wall in a situation where we can attach the stairs, get that cut back so we can come and go, and look at making this so that it's functional for now. I don't want to give that secret away, so hopefully nobody's watching the series while I do the work. I don't think they are. All right, hang in there, guys. Well, we'll put it to good use here. So Ed and I are hand unloading the glass block because they put it in here for us with their forklift, but the skid steer's not on the job site. This is the extra.
My forks are much too small.
Yes, we have very lightweight forks here.
We have forks. We only have
So
salad forks.
that's all we got. So I'm going to set our big mammer jammer over here until we can get him together and go back to giving the rest of these. And we'll put them in the pod because the pod's leaving late, so at least it works to store them. Hey, so if you've been paying attention, this tread to this riser to this tread to this riser to this tread to this riser to this tread have all been screwed to one another, but they would come off of these stringers. And then starting here the rest of the way after the 90s soundtrack gets turned down, the rest of them have been screwed to the tread to the edge of the riser, but also the tread down to the edge of the stringer, and the riser has been screwed twice into the stringer. And so at some point here, myself or Ed or somebody else can chase their way all the way down, popping off the tread, the riser, and putting glue behind the riser, screwing it on, and then putting glue on the tread and the top of the next riser down, screwing it down right back in where the holes came from. Too much to be playing with glue and everything else right now. I very often don't break out the glue first thing because you never know what you might have to get back in and do. This situation here where this flips up is pretty straightforward. It is unsafe because it could get jostled over the whole group of stuff and then fall through. So we want to get that piano hinge on as soon as possible. Also, I don't know if you can see in the time lapse, but you can see there that this is nowhere near rigid enough. We're sitting on the floor here and there. We're screwed to that stud, and that stud. And we're backed up against this wood. But I mean, you would think that you'd have enough strength there, but you simply haven't. That's why we need the wall in here. A lot of times you'll see a stairwell that's open-sided to the room while the wall is framed underneath it like in a triangular shape, and the framing is flush with the stringer. But that won't help. That just bears the load of the stairs here. It's not then underneath the span of this beam, which is also, we're gonna supplement that beam because, as I said, we measured it and it's bending in the middle here. So what does that mean? It means we better get the laser in here coming along the floor to where it's just kissing the face of this stringer, and it should be going down the side of that beam. I think we're going to find out the beam's deflected one way or the other right now too. Unimportant. So that laser will allow us to get the treated 2x4 plate on the floor. And like I said, I think I'm going to come to, well, this one is screwed down, and so the stairs is going to flip up. Here's where the hinge is going to be. So I guess we'll probably come right out flush with the end of that step. So if the wall is there, no, we don't want the framing there because the drywall would be additional, and it'll be a really tough thing to finish there. So really, what's probably ideal is to die right in the middle of a step. So your wall is like this, and then someday, if you cap this stair and has an overhang, that step cap, the tread cap can come over and be notched, and the wall will be finished like that, and the cap will be notched. And then you can also apply a beauty surface to the side of the stringer. So you would throw a riser cover that's flush with the framing. Depends on what you're going to make them on. If you're going to make them on veneer plywood or solid wood. Anyway, you get that cap, and then this sits on, and if the step, if the wall was flush with here, it'd make a real weird thing. So we want a nice big half exposed. So I'm going to go right to the center line of this stair. Not to this one because it would brush by all the time. It'd be brushing by when you're pivoting, and no further back because that's how I roll. If they end up letting us leave these stairs, and by that, logic, and Ed doesn't want a portal or anything here, if he wants to take this wall all the way back to the face of that post and have it just be a finished wall here and have this all open and have the stairs out in the space here, then I guess this makes the most sense due to the reasons I outlined before. We wouldn't be over here to be perfectly aligned with it, but we'll be back on here. I think in general it'll look sharp. It's a good logical place to end. If you start jogging so much further back to this next step, and you've got two walls that end differently, blah, blah, blah. Oh, we're going to need that short wall under here too, and that's going to want to fill in. That's a good question. So I suppose it'll be back. The short wall should run right into the side of this wall, so it'll be slid back some. But I suppose it really doesn't matter. Anywhere underneath this stair it can be attached because it doesn't matter that we can go up, around, and inside if it's not sitting tight to the back of this riser. No harm done if it's up and around in there. We certainly don't want to flip this up and see the top of that wall. That's wasteful. If we head on back this way, the more this way that we go, the better. And we're still inside of that wall where it ends here. Because I'm not sure just exactly how things are going to be finished here. Perhaps then this should be framed in. So it's just a little bit funky. Obviously, if you're going to do litter boxes, you want the cats to be able to scoot in there, and so maybe that's how it'll stay, yada yada. Anyway, I got to get that plate on the floor, and then I can use the lifting shore just off the end of it to try and pick this area up to where it's coplanar, and level, yada yada, and then get that. I got to get a top plate in, and then we'll throw a couple of studs in, and then we ought to be able to let that pressure off that lifting shore and leave everything in place. And if that's the case, then we can screw through the stringer into those studs. Then we really got the stairs in here, we got the stairs secured, and I can walk them up and down a little bit and repin them until I got them just so, and then I am going to replace those typical framing screws with heavy screws. Oop, getting a call, hang on. All right, this is what we're working on here. I got a plate on the floor, a little overly long from where I was talking about wanting to be. No, I guess maybe not. Just a touch overly long, and just without cutting anything just yet. I did screw it down. I can always cut it short on the floor. And I guess I will have to. In other cases, you can pop a few screws and take it away and trim it again. But I have to get, and I put the top plate on. I got the laser set up and made sure that it's straight, because if anything, it was curved out, as it was, rather than being straight, it was swinging out. So you saw me blast it over with the hammer. And then I got this set up just kind of anywhere. Right now I've got the laser skating right underneath almost this plate, which is where we are at the wall. In fact, the wall is just a little high, but, and then over here, I cranked this up until the line that was up here came all the way down to there. But as you can see, we've still got a belly right there. So I'll get the stud in the end of the wall, and I'm gonna go so far as to put 2 in there. So you really got like a 4x4, which is a 3.5 by 3.5 sort of corner post, and plumb that up and shoot it in. And I should be able to take the weight off. In fact, I overdid this here. I drove it. You'll notice I've driven it to where the line is truly underneath the wood. Where on this side, we're still, on the wood. That's my hand, and it's not. So hopefully the collateral settling. Don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna make it overly long to where I have to beat it to death to get that post in, but we want to be able to get him in. And then we'll come over here to the middle, and we're gonna have to do the same thing and go up. Maybe just 1 2x4 will do it there. But then probably with that, then I'll have a layout that can be filled in by Ed. Hopefully that holds us up high enough there and gives us another point and 2 points to attach the other side of the stairs. Because I don't know if I talked about this yesterday, but see the jiggle in that stair. You're going to want both walls in here. So let's get that much done, and then I'll feel better about. I may even use the lifting shore because I wouldn't use that even if he was here. I'll get underneath here and go up and down a little bit, and then go walk up the stairs and make sure things are level, and come back and screw it in. We got a fine detail. And right now, just side to side, I needed 1/2 inch on the right versus the left, because believe it or not, the concrete is a 1/2 inch lower on that side than over here. And that's a case of when it's all sitting in here and you're screeding, they could screed all out here to that foam, but that piece of wood being stuck to the floor, they couldn't screed onto the top of it. They're trying to push that concrete down to the bottom surface of it, which is a difficult place to be. And you'll notice it's kind of down in there. It's actually below a 2x4 sitting right on top of it, because it's hard to bring the concrete up and only just kiss it. So anyway, that kind of bulge that's happening in there because you can't screed with a straight edge from one thing to another and basically saw or strike that off like you do with flour or something when you're baking. That creates a high side here. So this isn't really low, that's high. And I would assume it's because we had to work around this pre-existing thing. So bear that in mind. Ideally, you don't, it's why you almost never see concrete with any crap. You don't build all your walls short and then fill the concrete up to them. That's a pain in the ass. You do your concrete first and then you build your walls onto them. So here we were married to doing it this way. That's a good example of why, you want to be careful of doing it that way. It's not a problem here. The stringers are exact copies, and the ones a little light, we'll just put a little something underneath them that you'll never realize is in there. Probably just another rip of fur, and I'll just use the same glue that we're gluing the stairs up to glue it on, and everything will be copacetic. So let's get this stick in, lift there, get another stick in, see if we can't get the stairs dialed with the shores, and get the ledge lock, which is what I want, to truly attach the, I use some structural screws for right now, but we're going to end up with these from Timberlock, Headlock. You've seen me use these before. I'll maybe use a little longer ones on the other side. Maybe not. It's a nice big proprietary 5-point drive. Where is it? There it is. Not 5-point, 8-point. Unlike Torx, it's an 8-point drive, so you get their bit with that. I want to go right on through the stringer, right on through the additive block that plane the wall, and truly be into the actual, at least marry these two things, this one and this one, to one another in attaching that. So I think this length will be fine. In fact, over here, yeah, that's, I'm looking for, I don't have anything to show you here, but we'll be that far into the 2x4 over here, which isn't going to hurt anything. And again, if anybody wants to do anything differently with these stairs and they don't want to clad them in the future, well, all you got to do is get underneath here and zip these out, and then, it can sort of, it can be dismantled right in place. Everything will be screwed, although it'll be glued, I guess. So at that point, yeah, you have a hell of a time. Well, the walls, let's try to remember to make this end wall such that it could be unscrewed from the floor. The end wall could come right away with the door in it. The stairwell could be unscrewed from the walls, lay down in the space, and then slid over this direction and potentially taken out of here in one piece, because again, I want to glue it because I don't want any creaking, and the tolerance that we use so it's not physically interrupt. This isn't, we took a skosh off of these, remember, and in this case it must not have been necessary, but I didn't want it sitting high and forcing the tread up. But you get all done here. This is why we want to glue it, because that's nothing but creaking all the time. And look at that, you can even see a way better fitment. There's still daylight, and that small amount of movement is going to always be creaky. So we will glue it so you won't be able to take it apart and get it out of there. So just don't want to make a big headache for anybody that wants to do anything any different. We want to bear that in mind. Well, let's get back to work. Enough talk. All right, fam. Unfortunately, this shore doesn't quite fit under the last riser, but it got in. I put it in there cockeyed. I put the low side under it because the further I tip in, the more it wants to kick out. So the low edge, I pinned it to keep it from spinning and to keep it from kicking out at the top. On the bottom, we are just hooked onto the little lip that's there from the cut in the concrete. Down here, like I said, I had done a pretty good job of leveling with the shims, but you want to throw a nice long level in a couple of spots if you can, because of course the longer the level, the easier it is to detect a discrepancy. Now this whole thing from here down is connected to itself, but you know, you've got like that. So over here on the front of this first step here that I could go by, that's screwed down. It's an indication of the unit once it's assembled, and it looked damn good. If anything, it could come down some. And I was lifting over, it could come down on this side, and I was lifting over there, so I don't want to just keep picking it off the ground here. So you see me probably went under there, saw me, and screwed it in to hold it to at least that point. Then we could really start. And I thought, because I thought I had committed there, but if anything, I've lifted too high. We'll take some shims out and we'll drop it down. But up here, I could put the vial overhead, and I could go up here until I'm happy with that. And that I went right from the stringer to the, you know, there's no tread on it. So at this point, we're gonna put a ledge lock into, well, to start with, we will replace these one at a time. I guess that one's been out and that one hasn't gone back in, or is that it? There's one there. So I'll put another in. So you don't want to let anything move. So you put one in, take one out as you go along on this. And then over here, because these are all loaded, they may curve one way or the other because they're loaded. So I want to, like I would do when I'm putting drywall on there, I want to shove it over using a clamp that I push from the other one, or somehow here we're going to work, probably we'll commit to this one, and then we'll push off of him or pull to him to straighten these out against the laser, because they are on a layout on the floor and they're damn close to the top but not connected. But we'll put the laser on everybody, we'll commit to that, we'll work off of it to pull the middle of them perfectly straight before we attach it to the stringer. And then later when you come back with drywall, you're not trying to move it against that screw and it has to be taken out or anything. So all this here will get married in. Then I'll feel really good about walking up and down it all the way to the top. And I can go up to the top, put one or two more treads down permanently, and set up shop to operate and get this tied into the upstairs room up there, the kitchen, which I just didn't want to go up there and work before because you're asking an awful lot of a couple structural screws, and it would be a really quick and upsetting fall because of course screws just snap off. They don't deform like a nail. It was very unlikely it was going to happen, but I just feel better now. You know, I weigh a lot more with the tool belt on, and then you start taking other shit up there, and you don't realize that you're pushing off of with your body to wrestle or do something, and you're contributing more and more weight or load to the stair system when you're ripping and tearing up there, and all of a sudden right in the middle of an operation like that, something lets go. So I'm not going to even hazard it. We'll get this, like I said, we stopped yesterday, we got the wall in this morning, and we'll lock up the stairs, and then we'll go up and finish up. And you'll be able to get upstairs. Then we got all kinds of stuff to do next week, but I got to leave it today with gap taped with zip system like this. I might have liked the 6-inch zip here in cases where we've got extra gappage for the sake of squaring out the framing. Everywhere else that it's tight, there'll be plenty to use the 4-inch tape that's here, no problemo. So obviously I'll just use 2 courses of the 4-inch tape. Over there, I'll set up and redo it. We'll get that all like that, and then we'll get those windows in, but we'll probably leave that for next episode here. We're getting close to the end of this one, guys, getting close, getting real close. Okay, well, I've got a little discrepancy here. And so this really wants to be out flush there. But then obviously we've got that gappage at the back. Now, the thing is, that's a product of being committed to this stick, and that stick underneath. And if I remember correctly, we're off that much at the back, right here. See that? We're practically half that here to there. So this I never even screwed in, it looks like, or I did. Oh, and so that had pulled the stringer over and it was forcing this tread to hang too long on this side. And so I let go of that, which gave me this gap back. Let me get the tread on nice and flush, and then I can pull it back in. However, we are gonna undo that one and that one. And then we're going to push from the wall down here. And we're gonna push it back until it's where we want it. And then we'll reattach these. And then we'll put that last tread on. You dig? there you go. We'll get this hinging and everything like that next week, but for now it makes a little bit of noise until you, and you're on these permanent steps that don't flip up and it's nice and tight. We'll dowel that edge up a little bit with the flap disc. This is questionable at best anyway, so we're going to end up doing drywall up into that area here. There's a chance we come up into here somewhere somehow. This plasterboard, we'll see. But you can come and go now from the inside of the house. How about them apples, huh? Isn't that nice? I just snapped, came in a foot from either end on the top and the bottom, snapped a chalk line between them, and that's where we put the screws so that they're even, you know, they line up all the way, which makes things nice. Wasn't hard to do. And you're looking right down at it. A lot of places I'm more careful when you can look at things and see them, but I still have some sort of attention to fastener layout even when you won't see it, just because it's again, best practices. I'm pleased that we decided to frame this in here. This is basically an addition. When you meet building code and you go to all the work to put something underneath an existing structure like this, it made sense to put the pecs in the floor. It doesn't make sense to just shoot nails and hold up that big kind of blanket that a lot of new builds and stuff use in the basement. You can't route any systems in the blanket. You can't put any drywall up on the blanket. It just looks like a big, ugly blanket wrapped pit when you're all done. And in the case of this space, like I said, once you are doing all this work because the foundation and the bearing of the house is compromised, you very well may, you very well may as well, some kind of a spider there, you may as well make it a full-blown addition. Even if you don't go the distance right to start with, it should be something that could be a full-blown addition. We got the full bath in down here in the, you know, for in the future, and there'll be electricity routed around down here for Ed's shop at the very least, for the washing machine. And time you do that, you may as well have outlets around the you know, a foot or 16 inches off the floor in this room, a few across there at that height. Basically, if we put a wall between the posts, we should put them at counter height so you can have a counter on the other side. We're going to have a GFCI in the bathroom. You probably end up with, well, in Ed's shop, they'll be all around the room at counter height, more like a kitchen. I want to get him like a Youngstown kitchen or a big kitchen's worth of steel cabinetry, which makes a great workshop. And because a kitchen is essentially the format of a laboratory, or the format of, you know, again, like a big workshop cubicle space, the lowers, the uppers, the countertops. So it'll work great for him. He needs a little rollable island that's about the same height as the counters and stuff. But, and then so your outlets are in here at sort of, you know, counter height. And that's what's coming just as soon as we wrap up the interior wall framing over here. But this here is the exterior wall framing. I think it's well worth doing. You will probably see this fill in behind in the background in the future, but like I said, we held off for the electricity. So we'll wrap this up now. There'll be more framing in the interior walls. Maybe we'll kick things off with that next week. It's going to be necessary. I just want to get all the lumber and construction and sawdust and nailing and so many of those tools, the miter saw and all that stuff, and then they can all go home. Then, like I said, we'll consolidate into this space here where there aren't any systems to really route around. The workshop will kind of scoot over in here. And then at that point, we'll get into plumbing, drains, and water supply while we race to beat out having the sewer and water rebuilt out there. That's in a week or two. And so when he's done with that, I'd like for that to be the end of waiting to run water and run it back down the drains in here. I want to be ready for that. So let's start next week with the interior walls, and then we'll get right into plumbing. But for now, this is what you can expect for all the exterior wall framing. We got the flashing tape in and around these. Mason comes tomorrow, and that'll also stop all the debris and leaves and shit from coming in here. I did a big clean just now. Hopefully it looks a lot better than it's been looking. Okay, thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a real couple of weeks here getting to this point. All right, we'll see you.